Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Nothing is going to stop us from having our home again, ladies and gentlemen. Today, featured stories, we have Oliver Anthony, Men North of Richmond. We're going to dive into it in a way I don't think many others are going to be doing, at least all the videos that I've seen on it. We're also going to be looking at Best Buy, watching and reviewing vids by James O'Keefe, and I think it's Jeremy, at the quartering. Best Buy taking a hard stance, a hard public stance against recruiting and elevating white people within the organization. We will also have, for a swash through, a great treat, white student transmission, and we're going to be talking for 5 to 10 minutes about a segment of his book titled Equal Training. It's going to be an epic Sunday gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, your comments, calls, questions, and then, as you probably expect, there's this. Giorgio, the Italian immigrant, came to the U.S. in the 1960s before digital photos, cell phones, or computers. He wanted to get a professional photo taken to be sent to his mama in Italy to show her how well he was doing. The photographer said he would be at Giorgio's home at 11, but Giorgio understood 1. So when the photographer arrived, Giorgio was just out of the shower and still naked. He wrapped a towel around himself to answer the door. He was so surprised when he saw it was the photographer that he put his hands up and his towel fell down. Just then, the photographer's flash went off. Giorgio begs, "Please, give me 10 minutes to get ready and no send the naked picture to my mama." "Sorry, I got a wedding I got to go to," says the photographer. "But don't worry. I'll cut the bottom off for the photo and I'll send the top to your mama." "Oh, thank you so much," replies Giorgio. The wedding was huge, and the photographer was overwhelmed. In his haste, he accidentally sent the bottom half of Giorgio's photo to his mama. The envelope arrives, and Giorgio's mother eagerly opens it. She's missed her son. She gasps and proclaims, "Questo io me graso! That's my boy! What a curly hair and a long nose!" We are going free, ladies and gentlemen. What a glorious Sunday. Poor Giorgio. And man, he must be one hell of a looker, huh? For his mother to mistake the lower half photo. Oh my gosh. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. And it is literally a glorious blue sky day here outside of Mordor on the Potomac, once great state of Virginia. I tell you what, running a little behind. And traveling down the road, let's see, we had what were the songs? Shoot to Thrill by AC/DC, Mr. Brownstone by Guns N' Roses, and 130 miles an hour by yours truly. Let me tell you, when you put it in sport mode, it can really shit and get. But it's glorious to be with everybody here today. We're going to have a fantastic gathering. It looks like everything is up and running, and wonderful to see everybody that's here today over the course of this gathering. If you would like to financially gift, you may do so. You can do so over at D Live in a cryptocurrency, and 130, not joking either. Cryptocurrency over there at D Live, and you may also head on over to Odyssey, where you may financially gift in a cryptocurrency or cash dollars. And I say hello to everybody who's already shown up at these platforms. A glorious welcome to the Sunday gathering today. In just a moment, we're going to be talking about Oliver Anthony and his song North of Richmond, North of Richmond. But you may also financially gift over at Entropy, which is up and running as well, and it's looking fantastic. Hello to everybody over on Entropy. And finally at Cash App, which is off to my right, you may financially gift there with cash dollars or with a cryptocurrency. If you would like to financially gift with a cryptocurrency over the course of this gathering that you would like to be totally anonymous, you may head on over to nowhyguilt.org, nowhyguilt.org. You click on the financial gift tab, and you will see the wallets I use there, and you will see also a snail mail address if you would like to reach me there. And I'm looking forward to it. Giorgio. Oh, that's my boy. He's got the curly hair and a longer nose. That's my boy. Oh, man, poor Giorgio. He's never going back to Italy. Oh, well, let's get to our swashbuckling announcements, and then we're going to get started on Oliver Anthony. What a craze. Everybody's talking about this, millions and millions. So we're going to talk about it. We're going to ask some pertinent questions. We're going to begin with a big, remember, we're swashbuckling here. Get out your swashbuckling flags. Get out your 07s, 007s, 007s. Fireworks, fully automatic fireworks is what it is, ladies and gentlemen. Promethean healing. He was over on a live chat just the other day, and he shared white erasure with a content creator. Let's have a quick look.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. Promethean healing. It does allow for the edge.
There you see it right there. I don't think this guy's argument leaves us open to systemic and enforced white erasure. And then he goes on, give it up for Promethean healing, ladies and gentlemen. Wonder where it's coming from. Wonder where white erasure, all of these different concepts that are recapturing our destiny. Why is it changing the societal playing field? It's almost like somebody planned it out there. It's almost like, and it's happening. Swashbuckling flags for this champion. God bless you, Promethean healing. And we're going to keep it going. For one, you know very well, he does it week after week, day after day. It is Franklin, swashbuckling, 07s, raucous emojis. Give it up. He's over there on Amala's channel again, making Amala and her co-host absolutely comfortable with the concepts. This one in particular, anti-white. Check it out.
Franklin says, thoughts on the anti-white Malema chant / rally in South Africa. I don't know if you guys have commented on that yet. Western governments are silent.
Is that where they were chanting like kill the Boer and all that crazy?
Yes, it was. Give it up for Franklin. Where is it coming from, ladies and gentlemen? She, of course, has, 2 million plus subs who there's an opportunity that they will all be seeing what was said just there. God bless the great Franklin. Promethean healing we got up so far. Now we're going to give it up for the one and only ForNull, ladies and gentlemen, because not only is he making music and rocking out, but he created a new page over on nowhyguilt.org, a downloads page. He expanded the download page, and it has gifs, it has videos, it has images I've never even seen. We're going to take a look at it a bit later in the gathering today at the normal announcements. Give it up in a big way, because that's total epic swash from that Herculean champion. He's making music. He's doing glorious things. And along that same line, talking about the great ForNull and the swashbuckling, epic, earthquaking work that he's doing in service to white well-being. I want you to take a look over there on Gab. If you see an advertisement over there running for the great ForNull and his new I'm a White Man, which of course is the remake of Merle Haggard's I'm a White Boy, ForNull's is much better. I want you to give it a salute every time you see it. I want you to grab it. I want you to share it. I will be tweeting it out. I already have, actually. You can grab it from me. You can share it. Over there, it has over 60,000 views so far, a click-through rate of 0.78. That is twice what is considered good in that form of advertising. Fantastic champion ForNull. Swash it up for the champ. Swash it up. He's as glorious as can be. Let's see, who else do we have here to swash it up for? We have the Dino Storm, and we're going to be celebrating that in a minute, ladies and gentlemen. Dino Storm. And we have his video game. We'll talk about that a little bit later in the gathering. Give it up for the great Dino Storm. Epic champion Dino Storm. Video game called Westman, ladies and gentlemen. I just became aware of it. I want to thank Southern Bloom for this. I just became aware of it. It is now available, and at least the first version, maybe the beta version. And what's the website we have here? I'll get it again to make sure a little bit later. You can go check it out. I think I see studiodinostorm.com here. You want to check that out. Talk about Swash right there. Reaching, I wonder how it's happening. Again, I wonder how these things are showing up everywhere. They're in video games. It's in music. It's in poetry. It's showing up in people's feeds, in live chats, in the threads. It is showing up in countless memes of various types by the Herculean and amazing work of the outreach team, Team White Wellbeing, solo actors in service to white well-being. That's how it's happening. It's the work that we're doing here. God bless. Dino Storm. Suddenly, I didn't even know it was being made. I suddenly announced a game called Westman out there. Awesome, brother. Thank you so much. I want to give a big celebrate to all the GFC leaders, 07 and swashbuckling flags, to all the GFC leaders in service to white well-being, making it happen, and going free clubs out there. God bless every single one of you. Let's celebrate the genius of Andrei Moisejev, ladies and gentlemen. One thing I want to point out, a connection to Dino Storm, some of Andrei Moisejev's epic music, his epic symphonies show up in this brand new game called Westman, which I think is in the beta form, maybe is the way you put it. We're going to find out more about it. We'll talk about it again next week. It's going to be totally awesome. But I had Andre on the phone for a little while the other day, and he had great ideas, swashbuckling ideas. Andrei Moisejev creating the symphony, ladies and gentlemen, the symphony for Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny. God bless this champion for his epic swash. Let's get into some of the team. And I want to say here, Shannon Oliver has been showing up, hasn't he, on Twitter. God bless this gentleman in service to white well-being. Big swashbuckling salute to you, good sir, over there on Twitter. And then we have your leader, Biospirit of the West. And then we're going to get into, ladies and gentlemen, Shannon Oliver and the epic insider review of his new song, Men North of Richmond, and what it might mean and where he's going to go with it and what we hope for him and what we don't hope for him. Your leader, Biospirit of the West, has alerted me to the great work over the course of this week, the great work of our international teams, hard work for white well-being. They're hard working, swashbuckling around planet Earth. In every Western country, we are making it happen, ladies and gentlemen. Wonder how it's happening. It's just the time. It's just the times. It's the nature of the pendulum is swinging. The pendulum swings. Well, it swings because we are the people pushing it, goddammit. We're going to recognize the international team for white well-being's hard work around the world. Many beautiful, in many of our beautiful languages, we are at work. I want you to remember this. Cut this out. In many of our beautiful languages, we are at work around planet Earth, a great ring of white roses uniting us all around the world, ladies and gentlemen, because it takes, you have one poison, which is anti-whiteism, psychological warfare being waged against us. You only need one remedy, by God, and it's proven that it works in all of our languages. Let's give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for these international team and the numerous languages we are speaking in, beginning with these folks that we will name. Hans the Skipper in South Africa is at work. Nocturnia in Uruguay, who is at work. Solid Rabbit in Argentina is at work. Leontina and Metigel in Deutschland, in Germany, who's hard at work, Victor, Olav, and Maurice in Scandinavia, who is at work for white well-being, Chris P. Bacon, the only kind of bacon you like, is in England, who is at work over there for white well-being, one of Western kind, hard at work, in Ireland for white well-being, Ye Old European in Holland, who is hard at work for white well-being, Ardent White and Mr. V in Canada, who is hard at work for white well-being, ladies and gentlemen. White Baron, Loki Lunder, Aussie Mike, and lovely Porridge, hard at work in Australia for white well-being. Plus, Biospirit of the West, your leader, wants to add all of the many who did not get named in this list that he threw together for me. He says, thank you, and I underscore that, Team White Well-Being, global efforts in service to white well-being, together, united, putting an end to anti-whiteism. Alone, we can't walk on water, but together, we can walk through fire. 10 seconds, and we'll be right back. Swash this, baby. All right. All right, folks. Let's reel it in and let's have a conversation about Oliver Anthony. And I'm going to play his song for you. I have noticed, and I don't, maybe you all notice, and you all can get back to me and we can go back and forth on this, because it's, at least for me, it's still unfolding. But the other day, I had a guy in the thread mention this song by Oliver Anthony, Men North of Richmond. So I went ahead and listened to it, and my jaw dropped off when I saw that in a day and a half, I guess, there were over 1 million views on one video. This is Radio West Virginia. And so I was like, wow, I checked it out. And the song is, he's a great singer. He's a talented musician. He's a great songwriter. I believe that this is original work of his. And so the question is, and it's kind of, he's in my backyard. It's kind of, one sec. All right, I'll read that during the first opportunity I get during the gathering, brother. Biospirit of the West. It's kind of in my backyard. He's a Virginian. And I don't know if he was born here. Perhaps he was. But I believe that I read that he lives in Farmville, Virginia, which is about dead center in the state. If you look at the map of Virginia, this will be backwards for you, but it kind of goes like this, like that. And he's like right there, right dead center. And the closest city, he's like midway between east-west wise between Richmond and Lynchburg. So, and I've been there, or I've been through there. Back in the day, you all know that I traveled the state giving speeches, and it was either in Farmville or I had to go through it to give a speech. I don't remember much other than the name, even if I have that right. But so that's where he lives. And he's said to be a former factory worker and lives on a farm with some dogs and kind of a good old boy, country boy. And he does have a song about Virginia, which I listened to once. And I've always wondered where all the songs about Virginia. It's insane. Maybe there aren't many people who want to sing about Virginia because of the magic in the soil here. But maybe that's the issue. And he actually says in the song as well, maybe he says not many songs about Virginia, or not many sing about Virginia, but Virginia is singing to me, or something like that. And but anyhow, the focus is on this song here. And you turn on YouTube and you find that there are tons of these reviews. And not only are there tons of reviews of Oliver, but that they're getting outrageous views. Let me just read to you a few that I saw. And this is today. This is today. So there are reviews going on, and it's only been going for 2.5 days or so, I guess, 3 days. Somebody called PZO has 15,000 subs, 30,000+ views on his review. What's this? Joe Flex, 2,000 subs, 36,000 views. Sarge Streams, 9,000 subs, 15,000 views and climbing. All of these. Tormented Vet, 14,000 subs, 19,000 views. So it's just like channel after channel. So this will be the final test for whether or not YouTube and the anti-whites at YouTube are using the algorithm to destroy yours truly. Because it's like everybody who sucks on a microphone, everybody who is wretched, everybody whose opinion doesn't matter, who they can't even articulate their opinion, they can't even get it straight. They don't even know what this guy's singing about. I mean, I had one video that I watched of a conservative content creator who said that Oliver was singing about the rich men who live in a suburb north of Richmond, and he might as well have been singing about DC. Well, he was singing about DC, for the love of God. Oh, and this guy, by the way, had almost 100,000 subs. And by the way, and that's the kind of, I can't even tell you. I could go on and on. We don't have time for that. We're going to get into this. But it was infuriating seeing the kind of sub counts that these content creators have, and they have nothing of value whatsoever to share. And so we're going to find out. I mean, it's going to be very clear with this stream whether or not we're going to have the kind of doubling or tripling of sub count of views, or when you see these bigger channels, they could have 200,000 and they have subs, and they have in a day a quarter of as many subs they have as on the views as on videos of Oliver and Men North of Richmond. And so the speed hasn't worn out there. There's a lot of interest in him, and I wonder if it's as much fear by anti-whites as interest in him expressing the angst and anger, outrage, etc., of conservative-minded, patriotic people. Others have been able to play his video all the way through, including black conservatives. So I'm going to go ahead and play it. I'm going to keep a close eye on YouTube dashboard to see if they're going to try to knock me down. But we're going to go ahead and play it for you, and then we're going to talk about it. I will make some comments maybe during it. Maybe I'll even stop it for a moment just so that there will be commentary and I won't get a strike. So let's go ahead and have a listen.
I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay, so I can sit out here and waste my life away, drag back home and drown my troubles away. It's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is.
So you can see just right away that he's extremely passionate in this song, or at least it comes across that way. He's got a fantastic voice, and it's captivating. The voice, the words, and the actual instrument here, which was called a resonator, I think, guitar.
Living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do. 'Cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end. 'Cause the rich men north of Richmond.
he's obviously singing about the working man's plight in America. But you can see here, this is not just a song of pain for any group of people. And that's what we're going to be talking about as we wrap up the song and we move into some of these articles.
I wish politicians would look out for miners, and not just miners on an island somewhere. Lord, we got folks in the street, ain't got nothing to eat, and the obese milking welfare. Well, God, if you're 5'3" and you're 300 pounds, taxes ought not to pay for your bags of fudge rounds. Young men are putting themselves 6 feet in the ground, 'cause all this damn country does is keep on kicking them down. Lord, it's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is. Living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just want to have total control. Want to know what you think, want to know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do, 'cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end, 'cause the rich men north of Richmond.
Wrapping it up here, this is the end of the song.
I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay.
And that is that. So, what did you think? What are your thoughts on the song itself? What are your thoughts on, especially I know we have the great ForNull is in the audience. There's some other musicians who are in the audience. What did you think of the actual music itself? The singing, the songwriting, the notes, the chords on the guitar. What did you think of that? I really can't speak to that. And that actually for me is kind of like a tough thing for me, because as you all know, I have no talent in this area, creation of music, singing, etc. And when I was still in junior high school, when I was 13 years of age and getting ready to move on to the next phase, high school, in the once great state of Virginia, I realized that the most powerful way to reach people was through music. And if you could be a singer, songwriter, maybe even just play the guitar and have no other instruments and be able to speak to people's soul, speak to their heart, which is what I believe that Oliver is doing here, then you immediately have their attention. You immediately have their support. Now, back then, there wasn't the opportunity to spread music over the internet. It wasn't robust enough back then, but there were other opportunities. There were what you might call black market music. And it was the music that country music singers and et cetera, who would not be picked up by major labels because they weren't anti-white enough. That was their way that they spread the music, spread their music, and made a little bit of money on the side. And so that was something that I thought that I wished, that I hoped that I could have done in life for our people, because I had already dedicated myself to us and freeing us of anti-whiteism so that we could become who we are meant to be as Westmen, men, women, and children. But regrettably, it wasn't an option for me. And then later, during high school, when I started participating with different groups, and I saw that in the competition of ideas, it didn't matter whether you could reason and logic something out better than someone else, because maybe your IQ is better, and proof didn't matter either. Everyone out there thought that if they could have an opinion, that their opinion was as good as any other. And so it made it even more lamentable for me that I was unable, I didn't have any musical talent whatsoever, and that I would have to compete in the realm of ideas with people like, I mean, just like you saw this last Tuesday, scum, low IQ scum can show up and slander, and they believe their ideas, even though demonstrably their ideas are failures, their ideas are just as good as yours. And part of the problem of where that stems from is democracy. The idea that everybody's vote is the same, is equal. Everybody's endorsement is the same. Everybody's endorsement is equal. And quite frankly, that is totally erroneous. In fact, there was a conservative guy who did a review on this song. All he knows about Oliver Anthony is this song. And then the conservative content creator, a man probably in his late 50s with 100,000 subs, said that Oliver Anthony has his vote if he ever runs to run for office. This is the kind of mentality that's out there in the competition for ideas. And it has actually made much of my life hellish, having to compete with people. This is what I wanted to be able to do. And this can cut right through. There is an immense power in the ability to express your feelings, your various feelings. And that's what Oliver's doing here. He's been living in, I guess, Virginia, I think North Carolina also, he said, and we'll take a look at some articles in a moment. And the effort to slander him by anti-whites, but also the effort by conservatives to co-opt him. And regrettably, I think you'll see as I work through this, that's probably going to be the direction he ends up going. He is indeed on the economic scale on the poorer side, in a poorer part of the once great state of Virginia, and that money and what it buys, big pickup trucks and I don't know what tractors and everything else, that's going to be very appealing to him. And I think Rich, is it John Rich, has already, former country music singer, and perhaps somebody can correct me on that, has already expressed interest in paying for an album for him, Oliver Anthony here, and making the album, and some others too. Some of the bigger conservative. I know Walsh, showed interest already on Twitter, and several others. So there are going to be financial opportunities for him, and we'll talk more about that in a moment. But I want to really share. I want to take just a moment and express to our musicians that are in the white sympathetic sphere, and specifically those who are white positive with us here, that the ability, it's a magical ability. If you can create music that reaches down to what has harmed you and harmed us biospiritually as a people based on our birth, if you can reach down and you can grab that energy, that spirit, and bring it through music, you can touch millions. And that's what Oliver Anthony is demonstrating here. There are people on threads that I read over the past 2 days saying that they've never felt anything like this in their lives. They've never experienced anything like it, that he reached right down into their souls, and he's preaching their soul. That is to reach someone like that through the practice of go free, through ideology or whatever. It seemingly feels like countless touches and demonstrations of proof, and demonstrations that require them to go out into the world and take the practice with them so that they can see firsthand that, wow, this works and this is life-changing. And we have that. At the same time, that is a much smaller percentage of people who are actually going to engage in those activities. And then the amount of times that we have to touch people out in the public is infinitely more than music can reach. And I just, my entire life, ever since I realized this at 13, has been nothing but painful for me every time I've thought about my inability to do what he did here. So I think it's a beautiful piece. But the question is, where is it going to go? Is it going to end up being just this abstractionist, so-called like rebellious piece of Americana that is going to be co-opted and then led down the cul-de-sac, the dead end of conservatism? He really seems to be, to me, at a fork in the road right now, because he can make the decision, and regrettably, I say regrettably because of the times that we live in, the only thing that can really be offered him is legendary status. He can become a legend if he wanted to. And now this is, of course, speculating that he'll be able to make more music like this, that he'll be able to make more music that will be able to touch people's souls and will have great meaning for millions. If he can do that, then he can become a folk hero. He can become a folk legend. He's not going to be able to drive as big of a brand new jacked up pickup truck. He's not going to have the best tractor that they sell, different tractor companies that are available. Maybe not the best four-wheelers and that sort of thing. But he can become a legendary folk hero if he goes the direction of producing music that touches the soul and speaks explicitly to who is under attack and why we are under attack in America and indeed across the West. Or he could take the other fork in the road. He can decide to go the conservative route, and he's going to get paid a lot of money to do that. He'll get a big truck. He'll get a new tractor. He'll get the best quad, the best four-wheeler that they make. And the money might even get him a prettier wife than he would have gotten as a folk hero. But she's going to be superficial, and she's going to be there for the money and the fame. So he won't have as good of a marriage. He'll have to lie about it. Or maybe he'll sing more sad songs about how awful marriage is for him. Whereas being a folk hero will give him options of quality women instead. And then if he goes that direction of conservatism, the conservative dead end, Conservative Incorporated, Con Inc., Big Con Inc., if he goes that direction, we're going to hear him singing songs about his brown brothers and about how we're all the same under the skin. And it's about coming together against that white man, because he probably won't name it as white men, but the implication will always be that it'll be white men doing this to us, and that these white men, they want to just break us up into different races and then have us battling each other. Instead of the reality where you go to a cafeteria and everybody breaks themselves up. You go to a park and everybody breaks themselves up because it's natural. It's not oligarchs breaking us up and making us fight on the basis of race or causing that friction between races. That's called nature. But this would be, to me, especially as a Virginian, and if he is a proud Virginian, a fellow Virginian, this will absolutely break my heart if he's capable of producing more of these songs. Don't forget, there are many musicians out there who have created just songs that are, worthy of being written in lights on the moon for us to see from the earth, but they were just one-hit wonders. That happens all the time. But if he's capable of producing more music of this magnitude and reaching people the way this is reaching, then my heart will be absolutely broken if he goes the conservative route and decides that he's going to start singing about his brown brothers, we all have blue collars under our skin. And then maybe even a line here or there about the trammels and tribulations of being black in America. That's the kind of fucking garbage you can expect from him if he goes the conservative route, because they'll hold the dollars out and they'll say, here are the dollars. Here's what you got to say. Here's what we're expecting to see from you. We're being made to fight each other by these by these leaders in Washington, D.C. that he's singing about here, the Men North of Richmond. I thought it was very appropriate, by the way. It really spoke to me when he's, and for Southerners, I mean, fuck's sake, as he is here, I mean, this is so meaningful for our identity, you know, our like sub-identity and sub-hue of Western civilization, that we have some reference, some pride. So identifying a group of people that are problematic to the country and, of course, indeed the world by referencing a point in the Southland is immediately gets our attention. We're like, wait, what? North of Richmond? So you're like, this is our home, the Southland, Dixieland. This is our home, and these are the problem people. So, of course, I saw that apparently Fuentes said he's like going to war against this guy. Thank God, because the last thing we need to see is Oliver Anthony get co-opted by the J. Spurging Fuentesians. But Fuentes absolutely hates Southerners. So nobody who is a Southerner or country, so that could be anywhere in the country, you know, if your country, anywhere in the United States or indeed anywhere in the world, and you know what that means, nobody should be following that. He hates you. He sneers at you for being country. So that's actually a good thing. Let's take a look at some of these articles. I want to get into this first one, countrymusic.com, and we'll put it up on the screen. I want to see what you all are saying about this too, because we have not seen something like this happen before. Certainly, not only something like this not happened before since we've been streaming, since we've been a community online, not only have we not seen it, but it's also somebody from the Southland. This guy was totally unknown. The day before he released this, I think he said first song on a real microphone with a real video camera. By the way, I noticed that he used different angles, and I didn't notice anybody freaking out about him using different angles, like all those concerned trolls, the little Jay Spurging losers who wanted to complain about my introductory video using different angles. Nobody freaking out over that. But let's go ahead and take a look at this article. Move this over here. I see, well, there's a musician right there. Extraordinaire. First, last. Great to see you, Jason. He always says by country, Jason means rural. Yeah, I saw that apparently Fuentes said something like, the problem isn't Yankees. That's not what this guy's talking about. All right. So we have Ivan the Horrible is here. John is here. There's the great Brand Danger. Please, that's Dean Danger to you all. Check him out. And let's see. We also don't want the J Spurgs getting to this guy. I think he's going to be smart enough to not fall for that. But he's going to be inundated. Why? Because 90% of J Spurgs are anti-white operatives that are undercover, that are pretending to be concerned with the white race, and they want to make the concern for the white race into victimizing of Jewish people. And that is absolutely not the case. And so these people are going to show up, they are, and they're going to be at him. So I'm guessing he's too bright for that. But we hope that if you see that happening, get in the way of it. Looks like Luke is here. Hello to you. Cool Papa J Magic is here. Mrs. Jess Horse, great to see you, sister. There's Yiz, the unifier. Melissa's here. Great to see you. Janice is here, and June is here. Hello to you, sisters. Cole is here. Foster is here. Make sure you tag me as No White Guilt in the live chats. so that I can respond to what you're saying. Zach is here. Red Dog is here. Samuski is here. Wonderful to see you, brother. Is that Fat is here. Hello to you. Jay Bishop, hello, sister, and welcome. There's Victorian Time Traveler. Great to see you, brother. White Student Transmission says he has a message on Cash App, but it's not for today. It's for next Sunday. All right, brother, I won't read it today then. There is the wonderful Elaine Sabatino, as well as Gothic. Yeah, what a voice, says Gothic. Exactly. The guy's got a great voice. Fit and Healthy at Any Age is here. Hello to you and welcome. Franklin, the champion. Great to see you, brother. Promethean Kitchen, hello and great to see you. Bass is here. Ash is here. Deb is here. Hello, sister, and welcome. Brett is here. Is that Ania? Is that what that is? It went by. Welcome. Evil Author, is that what? Yeah, I think that's what that was right. Melissa says she thinks the song is heartfelt and expressive. Jump in with your thoughts if you have any, folks. Hawker Mustang, is that what that says? Hello and welcome. Azimuth Clark is with us. Great to see you, brother. What was that? Don't worry, Jason. You are the Grand Master of... is that elucidation and eloquence? And that talent is just as effective as music. I appreciate you saying that. I wish it was. I wish it was. Die, should I? Hello and welcome. Great to see you, brother. Golden Honeybee is here. Yeah, so do you all see where I'm coming from with concern here? What we absolutely don't need, and there are many layers to talk about this, but what we absolutely do not need is for Oliver to go down the conservative route, to go down the abstractionist route, and to go further, even to villainy signaling that, about his brown brothers and the plight of blacks, or the plight of, let's just say it like it is. There is, in the modern West, there is nothing better than to be non-white. There's nothing better. So call off all you all who wanna, you've been living in the anti-white narrative where all of that fiction you have interpreted as reality. The real world, there's nothing better than to be non-white, especially black male. There's nothing better. And I always marvel when my blue-collar jobs that I've had at factories, like Oliver here, in the field, construction, and I wonder, especially when it comes to black males, how are there any out here? How are there any, but non-whites in general? If you are a black male, you need only put forth a modicum of effort. Get in front of a single agent for anything. Music, acting, you will be in commercials. You will be on magazines. They will put you with white females, good-looking white females. The odds of you having success are fucking through the roof. There is no hardship being non-white in the West. The only people who have hardship are people like Oliver, especially Oliver, because not only is he white, but my southern brother here is also fair-skinned, red-haired, and blue-eyed. And he's a southerner. There is, that's like right at the top of the evil spectrum in the anti-white narrative. He is not going to get, as a white man, no job is going to give him preference. Every job that he tries to apply for in his life, and everybody else of his bio spirit, meaning white people, apply for, especially the males, apply for a job anywhere in the West, but particularly in the United States, as I'm speaking about right here. And you will be discriminated against in favor of non-white people. Oh, my opinion, of course, check with CNN. You will be discriminated against. In fact, in the story we're going to cover next, Best Buy, an international institution, will discriminate against you. Company will discriminate against you. Openly, they say it. They've been doing that for 30, 40 years, 50 years, discriminating against white people on the basis of our birth. And they've gotten to the point where they have so much power. And where does the power come from? Not by a handful of oligarchs or this cabal of people at the very top, but because the people who populate the society, the businesses, the government, etc., are infected with the anti-white ideology called anti-whiteism. They become so powerful with that they can openly say, and in some places they'll have to reel it back a little bit, and they'll have to go back to just effectuating that outcome without making it the moniker on the activity. Okay. Big fucking deal. I still end up without a job, without a promotion, without a government contract, without a government loan that's forgiven, without free money from the feds. And where's it come from? The back pocket of people like Oliver. So he better not start singing songs about the hardship of non-white people. We are blue under this, under the collar or under our skin. We all have blue collars or whatever. Fuck all that. It's the first thing I started thinking when I saw this song. I pray to God this guy goes the right direction and decides that he's going to become a folk hero. I'm going to be very unhappy if he ends up being a traitor to Virginia. I'm going to be very unhappy if he ends up being a traitor to Virginia and starts singing about how it's all just the blue collar in resistance to the white businessmen. Because that's all. If you're just talking about businessmen, if you're just talking about the wealthy men, if you just leave it at that, then everybody interprets that from within the anti-white narrative. And what does it mean inside the anti-white narrative? What you grow up learning about. It means white, stodgy old guys that haven't done a thing for their wealth except thieve it from all the non-white people around the world, especially, like the black males and females out there, thieved it all from them. Because Lord knows they'd have Wakanda as they were shouting as the white people were getting beaten down there in Montgomery, Alabama. They were saying, they going Wakanda on their asses. I'm just repeating what they said. This is the reality of this, and the reality of music is you can read into it what you want to see. And I hope that Oliver does not go a direction to make it so that, well, maybe he's speaking to you. Maybe he's speaking to the people who make the conscious decision to biologically white erase Western kind. Maybe he's speaking to them too. He's just talking about twists and wrenches. All that. There's no more time for that bullshit. There's no more time. I wrote an email to Oliver, and we'll see if he responds to me. I'm sure he's receiving many, but I wrote him an email nonetheless. Let's have a look at this article. Oliver Anthony and his viral Men North of Richmond. I do want to point out, and definitely in Oliver's favor, is that he has grown up inside the anti-white narrative. And so therefore, in all entertainment, which our brains interpreted as the real world, he is inundated with the plight of non-white people as long-suffering, wrongly put upon, all their talents and wealth and Wakandas robbed from them by the white race. But he's also lived a shitty fucking life, sorry for my language, of being a white male. He's also had to live that. And that is seemingly coming through in his music. Seemingly coming through in his music. It will become very unoriginal and inorganic if he decides to go the conservative route. So to his credit, he didn't make a song here that mirrored the anti-white narrative. That's saying something. That's positive. I want you to imagine this. Imagine if over the past 6 years, this community had not been endlessly assaulted not only by the anti-whites who are censoring us from platforms, cutting our tongue out everywhere that we go, but if we hadn't been opposed by the likes, all these other white sympathetic people and content creators out there, opposed in words by slandering us, slandering me personally, opposed by preventing me. I mean, you can go back 2 decades of standing in my way, of sharing my ideas. Where would we be today in communicating the real resistance to the anti-white narrative to the population? And therefore, what would Oliver Anthony, with all of his talents, his magical abilities, be singing about today? I submit to you that if people had not gotten in my way over the decades, preventing me from speaking publicly, preventing me from spreading my ideas, and then online, slandering the shit out of me and this community, and here online, not talking about the massive successes that we're having, even though all of these suckers, every single one of them are suckers. I tell you that right now, because they heard me say, this is what we're doing. It's not happening in the world. This is what we're doing. This is how it works. This is what it will accomplish. And they're seeing it happen in the world around us, and they're still silent on us and the work we're doing. No big offers, no endless offers for interviews and tell us how this is happening. Nothing from these people. Every one of them suckers. What would Oliver and who knows how many other musicians be singing about today if they had been being reared in a milieu where these powerful concepts were reaching them? Anti-white, white erasure, anti-whiteism, Western kind, Westman. What if Oliver had been able to play? What if the Westman game and the game that ForNull made a couple years ago for us to train people about the lexicon, what if these had happened 15 years ago? Might Oliver and other powerful musicians, because there are plenty of others out there, had ended up playing these games? And then what might their music be today? What would it be like if we had musicians reaching into the souls of people by the hundreds of them and in multiple languages of Western kind around the West? What would that be like today? Well, I submit to you that would all be happening if it weren't for these suckers all across the white sympathetic sphere. And you can go tell them I said it. Not doing everything they can to prevent people from finding out about us and the work we're doing. I expect it from the anti-whites. I didn't expect to have to push through these people that supposedly care about Western kind, our people, our well-being, putting an end to our victimization. Where would we be today? You would have country, you would have bluegrass, you'd have rock, you'd have rap, you'd have jazz, you'd have everything you could imagine. You'd be reaching into the hearts of people everywhere. The anti-whites wouldn't be able to do shit about it. Now, increasingly, we have to deal with more and more burdensome intrusions on our freedoms, our liberty, etc., on what we're doing in our world. It's getting worse by the day. So the Sisyphean climb gets steeper and steeper by the day. I got to push through this my whole life. Oliver Anthony and his viral Men North of Richmond. What if Oliver Anthony had been as glorious as ForNull, and he had found us in the corner for the above average students, the special warfare, the special love fare of white well-being? And he had tucked into this song the word Westman or Western kind or something like that. And then in a day and a half, it gets 1 million views on a single channel. And then it's being viewed across all of YouTube. Now you know. That's the one. It's a blessing and a curse to have a very high IQ, because you can see where it all is going, where it could go, where it could have gone. how to plan it out, and then that it works, and see these people still reacting jealously. That's the curse part of it. Best Buy, we're going to be watching Jeremy the Quartering, a little video of his, as well as O'Keefe, a little video of his. Best Buy's not saying if you're blue collar, we're not going to elevate you. Best Buy's not saying if you're blue collar or if you're the little guy, we're not going to elevate you. So every conservative out there who wants to get in the way of the reality that the entire West targets white men and who wants to muddy this guy's efforts, I guarantee it. Somebody, I tell you, if this John Rich or whatever his name is, if he gets involved and they end up turning out some conservative album, somebody ought to tickle that mother across his mouth. Tickle him all the way up his cheek. I mean, how many more white children have to suffer? Best Buy, it's not the little man. It's not the blue collar man. It's the white man. And we can do that for every single institution. Is that enough? Every single university. Is that enough? You fucking conservative mother. I swear, I can see the writing on the wall. I can see the writing on the wall. This isn't about race. That's what one of the songs would end up being. I'm sorry, you get pissed off when you have the IQ to be able to see the future. Sorry about that. Why is he so angry? Because my IQ is so much higher than yours. That's why. In the independent country music world, we're living in an era where the dog has caught the proverbial car. And the next question is, what do we do next? Only a few short years ago, there were just a few top spots for independent artists to squeeze out success in between the margins of the mainstream, and most independent artists were resigned to waiting tables and taking out bids on construction contracts between tours. Now, what this writer does here is he's actually concern trolling a little bit, this author, because he's saying, well, is now this Appalachian market of country music, bluegrass, is it now too saturated, and therefore Oliver is going to kill it with this song? So that's a country music writer saying that. Nobody else talking. I see all these black conservative content creators, and they're not saying shit about the reality. They don't mind talking about black people all the time. They're not saying shit about the reality of, thank God there's a white man standing up talking about the struggles of being a white man in America, particularly a Southerner who's a white man. Not a single one. Nobody better be sharing those conservative content creators. Now, thanks to the massive commercial success of guys like Zach Bryan and Tyler Childers, earnest songwriters with raspy voices are getting signed to major label deals through their own subsidiary publishing companies, so they retain creative control and are receiving 6 and sometimes 7-figure signing bonuses on spec. It's insane. Yeah, it'll be really insane if this guy goes from this song to My Brown Brothers, we're all blue in the collar. We're already a few years past the point of plucking a Virginia or Kentucky native out of the holler, propping them up in front of a microphone in the patch of woods behind the Piggly Wiggly, and having them bray about coal, cocaine, and how there's coal in their cocaine started to feel a bit overdone. Okay. Tyler Childers. Yeah, because it's garbage. You're not singing to white people. This is resonating with white people because they think it's for them. They think it's of them. And that's what Oliver can do. He can be that folk legend if he wants to. The truck won't be as tall. Childers was a transformational artist, but the doppelgangers are coming out of the woodwork, and at some point it begins to become I guess he meant the domain of parody. Man, have somebody edit your garbage. What's happening right now is like what happened in Hate Ashbury, and okay, I think I see now the issue. That's why this writer is all bent out of shape. Yes, for sure. He's saying, well, over there they were anti-white, Hate Ashbury, and this is about to die because it's not anti-white enough. Just this week, I was speaking to a prominent record label chief who said they're pretty much done with the segment of authentic Appalachian music and unpublished singer-songwriters. The sweepstakes to land the next Zach Bryan has gotten so rich and ridiculous. The price of poker has basically priced them out. There are still some winners out there to be signed, but if this stuff gets too sensational, everyone could end up losing if it becomes a craze and a crash like the Mumford and Sons era. This is the concern trolling. Enter Oliver Anthony and the super viral recording of his song Men North of Richmond. Undoubtedly, it is quite a remarkable song and performance. He's a songwriter from the Piedmont town of Farmville, so it is Farmville, Virginia, who lives with his 3 dogs on a plot of land, and he's planning to raise livestock on Oliver Anthony channel, all the rage of the American working man, and articulates it excellently into a song that's resonating probably with people for very real reasons. Wing of Productions is here, and he says, on the YT channel, Filmmaker IQ, I propagated the lexicon anti-white and white replacement when they spoke to the mestiza casting in Snow White. Well, I really like, very well done for the anti-white. Replacement is not necessarily a good word to use in conjunction with something that's harming us, because the way we experience the word replacement or replacing is always a positive in our lived experience. But magnificent effort and well done getting anti-white out there. Very well done, brother. The great reptile genius is here. He says, us Kentucky boys hate whiny country music. We call it farm emo. Oh, that's funny. Most know it's white noir, but they haven't heard that word for it yet. I'm trying my best to spread it, though. God bless you, champion. Yeah, it is white noir. You're absolutely right. Cool Papa J Magic is here. Says, I'm enjoying my coffee with no white gill. Well, cheers to you, my friend. Let me get a cheers to you. Drinking some good coffee here. Yeah, I really hope Oliver doesn't sell out Virginia to the conservatives. There ain't no non-white suffering in the conversation. None. There ain't no that's caused by society. None. Total bullshit. I'm going to speak truth to power. I'm going to say no white guilt. I'm going to speak truth to power. And who's the power here? The ideology that's all around us. It's also fair to point out, writes this loser, that a significant portion of the virility of the song is due to getting pushed very specifically through political channels. Okay, so here he's trying to say, well, it's actually not that great of a song. It's just because the people who are not anti-white enough have been pushing it. The truth isn't pointed out necessarily to say it's problematic. It's just a large part of why this song and this artist is going so crazy at this moment in time while others are going ignored. Let artists sing, make music about the misery of being a white man and in the West today, and how we're going to be proud of our accomplishments again. And let them sing about that, and there'll be an entire Western world who will immediately become fans. It's got to be good. It can't be garbage, right? It can't have me make it. It's got to be good. And the whole white world is going to pick it up. You can see the power of the anti-white narrative to control the minds of musicians and potential musicians, artists of various stripes, that they don't go the direction of what is obviously in keeping with their biospirit and obviously going to speak to the hell, the trammels, the torture that white people have to go through on every single day in the West. There's nothing harder in this world than being a working class white man. Nothing. You are the most hated. You are the most discriminated against. You are the most persecuted. You are denied that any of that is happening to you. I mean, the whole goddamn world for that. Men North of Richmond is a thinking man's version or an authentic Appalachian version of Jason Aldean's Try That in a Small Town. Though the working man sometimes in the song will be well received more universally, its lines criticizing the government like, so why don't we take a look at the lyrics really quickly? I was able to understand the lyrics. One of the black conservative content creators with millions of followers at the end of this song said that you probably have to listen to it a few times to understand. Are you kidding me? Even I understood the words. And I'm terrible at understanding the words of music. He says, selling his soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay, so I can sit out here at the job, waste my life away, drag back home, and drown my troubles away. Obviously, substance abuse. He said he abused himself with alcohol and marijuana. It's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me and people like you. Wish I could just, and that's where it seems to white people that he's talking about us. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is, oh, it is. Living in this new world with an old soul, which I would say the old soul he's talking about is a unique soul, one that is unique to Western kind. Every race of people has a unique biospirit. None are more better than any other. But ours is every bit as legitimate as any of the others. The expression of our pain, of our art, of our desires, all of it is every bit as legitimate. And anybody who would get in the way of that is an anti-white dog, and they need to be called out as such. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows, all just want to have total control, want to know what you think, want to know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do, because your dollar ain't shit and it's taxed to no end because of rich men north of Richmond. I wish these politicians would look out for miners, meaning people who coal mine and the rest, and not just minors, as in children, on an island somewhere. So what he's saying there is, it's the Epstein reference where he's talking about they don't care about the white men who are working in the coal mines. By the way, my grandfather, as a miner, worked as a miner. So he's saying they're not looking out for the white men who are working in the mines, but they are keeping an eye out for children on some island somewhere, for who knows what they could be up to, right? Lord, we got folks in the street ain't got nothing to eat. Talking about our poor, our veterans, our old folks' homes that are having our people turned away so that they can bring in non-white people from other countries, from other lands around the world. And you want a great view of that happening, you could take a look at just really any state in America, but go ahead and take a look at California, New York, these places where they're just soccer fields, military grounds, school gymnasiums. So all of this is being denied to our people, as well as Americans of every race and creed, so that they can bring these people in from foreign countries. And he says, and the obese are milking welfare. We see that everywhere, don't we? Then he draws the point on it, the funny point. God, if you're 5'3" and 300 pounds, taxes ought not to pay for your bags of fudge rounds. Again, this talk to people living off welfare their whole lives, a system put in place that makes those individuals dependent on the political party that will continue to pay them to vote for them. Absolutely should be ended immediately. Nobody should be allowed to live on welfare. Nobody should get more money on spitting out more children from different fathers. Young men are putting themselves 6 feet in the ground. There he's talking about suicide. And let's hope to God he knows that the highest and most rapidly climbing rate of suicide is among white males. I wonder why that's happening. Could it be because white women have stabbed us in the back? Not the ones here, and not all of them, but a massive percentage. They have no respect. They don't want to yield to our authority. They've been given the power, the social power over us. They've been given the legal power over us, and then they wield it. And by way of emoting rather than thinking, wreck our lives, wreck their lives, wreck the children's lives, wreck our civilization's life. That's probably a big part of it. And then as well as the rest of the anti-whiteism. How do you think it is? What do you think it feels like to be a white man? Work your ass off. You're barely getting a job. You're never getting a promotion. If there are any non-white people, they can advance or white women ahead of you. And then you go home at the end of the day and you have a wife that has no respect for you, stabs you in the back, children that have no respect for you because they're just all watching the anti-white narrative. And then you turn on your shitbox television and all you watch all day are TV commercials that say you're pathetic, you're a loser, you're small-dicked, you don't know how to dance, you don't know how to fight. And then the same thing in every goddamn movie and television show. That's what you get to live with. He better be talking about us. Killing themselves. Young men are killing themselves 6 feet in the ground because all this damn country does is keep on kicking them down. What men? If not white men. Do you follow me? He's got to be talking about us here. So if he ends up taking that path to conservative stardom, we'll know this is the co-opting of Oliver Anthony by the names, and we'll know the names. We'll know the names of the conservatives that co-opt him with their money. Yeah, what other group of men is this country kicking down? Only the white male. Only the white male. Lord, it's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is, oh, it is. Living in the new world with an old soul, these rich men north of Richmond. Lord knows I'll just want total control, want to know what you think, want to know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do. And then it's just repeat. So the question, I'm going to pull up the next story. The question is, for us here, what can we do to maybe help to influence Oliver in the right direction to do the right thing? Outreach team, they need to be in these. They need to find out where he's showing up, like where he's actually paying attention. There are going to be a lot of different streams out there that are talking about Oliver, that are going to hope to have him on. Certainly if a channel has him on, to be there and be loud and proud with the lexicon and be smashing conservatives who get in the way and want to say, this isn't about race. Make sure we pay him so that he'll say it's all about making us fight instead of what it's really all about. We'll take a look at one more article by Rolling Stone. I want to get you all's thoughts on this. Everybody who financially gives will have their comment read today, and we'll have a view of what you're saying. I'll pull this up right now. This is Rolling Stone. Right-wing influencers just found their favorite new country song. Elaine said, Jason will get accused of tickling right. Yeah, I'm sorry, folks. I mean, I have too many years of fighting for our people and putting up with the anti-whiteism from anti-whites, but the worst part is from people in the white sympathetic sphere, implicit and explicit. I've just had too many years of it, and I'm tired of putting up with it. Jay Bishop says that her man works as a maintenance technician for Section 8 housing. When he cleans out units, he's found $180 pairs of shoes, brand new televisions, clothing with tags on it still, all left behind. Listen to that. I have heard this from people who work for that junk company where they go and they pick up at people's homes and things. So landlords, people just leave, and there are various junk companies. They pull up to clean things out for the landlord, and where these non-white people live, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable the wealth that they leave behind. Tennis shoes that I could never afford, even if I wanted to. But even if I had the cash for them, I couldn't afford them in the sense that I could never wear them because they would be too expensive to touch the ground for me. Imagine the kind of money you're making. Throwaway money. So Jay Bishop's man works in a job where he has to go clean up at the Section 8 housing and finds this extraordinarily expensive stuff. I mean, everywhere you go in society, everywhere you go in Northern Virginia, you see this everywhere. Every single where is this wealth dripping off of non-white people. And nothing against a non-white person going out and getting it, even one that's anti-white. It's there for them to take. What sense does it make for me to object to them going and taking it? My objection is just deaf ears. But certainly for good non-white people who deserve it. The vast majority, however, are this collateral benefits of victimizing Westmen, like yours truly. The six-figure job that I would have had a long time ago. But because I'm a white man and specifically been told it, not even going to get hired. Not even going to get, it's not what they're looking for. Time Traveler says, my brother told me today that he read Go Free. Can you believe that he said he wants to talk to me about it better? That is awesome, man. Time Traveler's brother was the other direction. Reach out and chat with him in the live chat about that. Fabulous, brother. Big salute. That is awesome. Cody is here. And remember, folks, tag me as No White Guilt if you would like me to see what you're writing. Did you see the New York State representative, writes Franklin, bragging about his neighborhood losing white population to cheers and applause of his audience. I did not see that. You see, this shit has been happening for goddamn 60, 70 generations, 60, 70 years. Now we have the internet. It's robust enough to carry it all. And the anti-whites have enough control that they don't mind bragging to bigger and bigger audiences. And here, Franklin's saying, could you send me that link, brother, on text? If you have it. Doesn't have to be right now. It can be later. I'm not going to show it right now. But can you imagine this happening? New York State representative talking about the white erasure of white people in their neighborhood, and the room cheers and applauds. And could you imagine then Oliver deciding he's going to sing about the persecution of he and his brown brothers? Are you kidding me? Can you see how fed up I get? I conservative content creators, something's got to happen. E. Essington is here. Great to see you, brother. Simon JJ is here. Great to see you, champ. Natty is here. Hello and welcome. Yeah, I mean, I'm just not. I don't know how much more I can take of the conservative content creators manipulating our expressions of grief, of sadness, of victimization, so that it isn't our expressions, but the expressions of all humans, irrespective of peoplehood or race. And there's something that Oliver says that had me very worried. In his song, he's talking about white men he's talking about men committing suicide in the country, just beating them down. That could only be white men. That's the only people it could be. I mean, how could you interpret that? Who is the other? I mean, maybe he's going to lie. Maybe after the fact he'll lie and say, no, I didn't. I just meant all men. Bullshit. But he did say in a video that impromptu video he made as an introduction on his channel, where he said he wanted to make music. He said something like human beings or something like that. I really hope he's not a sellout. Don't be a sellout, brother. You got red hair and fair skin. They hate you. It won't matter how much you sell out. They hate you. Face it. You have the opportunity, Oliver, if you can hear me, you have the opportunity to become a folk legend. You can live in the body of a people that we are creating out of our deracinated race forever. You could be one of the folk legends if you can continue producing music like this. If you can do that, you'll live forever as a folk legend. If you decide to be a king sellout, a 2-bit sellout, cuck, conservative, if you decide to be that, brother, we're all all of the real folks out there are just going to think of you as a bitch and a chump. And you'll be forgotten immediately as soon as they can replace you with another black conservative. As soon as they find another black conservative male, your ass will be replaced. They're guaranteed. They'll work their asses off. If this guy signs with them, conservative America will work their asses off to find themselves a black conservative cowboy country singer that will appear on the scene. All right, let me see the financial gifts. But let's take a look. I mean, this is a Rolling Stone. You know it's anti-white, right? As all hell. Nothing but bastards there. And so he says, right-wing influencers, this author. Hudak. Is that really his name? Hudak wrote this. Joseph. Hudak? He should write about rap. I should go into that. In, quote, Men North of Richmond, a singer-farmer in Virginia blasts high taxes and obese people on welfare and even appears to allude to Jeffrey Epstein. So the tenor of this article is like a dialed back concern troll of anti-whiteism. And you always interpret these things for our benefit. What the anti-whites do, you don't take them for at their words. You interpret it for our benefit. Get off the screen. How do I get rid of you? Look at that. This is Rolling Stone. What percentage of the population is black female? Oh, but you're going to have it in your face because you live in the Caribbean. You live in the Afro-Caribbean. It's going to be in your face 24/7. And what's it going to be like in the year 2030 when we are a numerical minority? What then? No white people in commercials or on television. They'll still probably do, but it'd be even rarer. Now they'll show white people, or then they'll show white people just like they do now. It'll just be rare, and they'll be pathetic. They'll be losers. They'll be, etc. Right-wing influencers are losing their minds over a new country song that just appeared on streaming services today. Really? Well, listen, Hudak. The mind that I've been losing today is that Oliver isn't white positive enough. Oliver needs to be hardcore white positive. You got that, Hudak? Hardcore. He ain't white positive enough, not nearly enough. There's a new wind that's blowing, Hudak. It's the winds of change coming from a western sunrise. And whether we get this guy to become a folk legend, if he can produce more music like this or not, your days, your anti-whiteism are numbered. Men North of Richmond is a passionate screed. You look at the use of these words. It's a screed, of course, which carries the negative connotation against the state of the country. Sung by Oliver Anthony, who identifies as a farmer living off the grid with his 3 dogs in Farmville, Virginia. In a video Anthony posted YouTube earlier this month, he said he started writing songs in 21 after he, quote, wasted a lot of nights getting high and getting drunk. Which is where they want white men. That's why the anti-whites keep having the fentanyl pour into the country. And in my opinion, everybody responsible for fentanyl coming into the country should be torture executed. Not just executed, torture executed. And if you are new to the country, your family goes back as well. Raw solo songs with titles like I've Got to Get Sober and Ain't Got a Dollar helped cultivate a small following, but it was the recently released performance video of Men North of Richmond in which the red-bearded Anthony performs the song on a resonator, there's the guitar, in a field with a deer blind behind him. That caught the attention of conservative personalities like country singer, it is John Rich, and commentators like Dan Bongino and Matt Walsh. The main reason this song resonates with so many people, quote, the main reason the song resonates with so many people isn't political. It's because the song is raw and authentic. We are suffocated by artificiality, tweeted Walsh, vowing to promote any album Anthony releases on, quote, all of my platforms. Well, let's see. We'll hold Walsh to it. He's been doing really good. We like Walsh lately, don't we? Been doing really good. Anti-whiteism, anti-white. I think he didn't use white erasure. He's been doing really good. We like him. We'll see if he's still willing to promote Oliver on all of his platforms if Oliver decides to make it a little bit more explicit who's being victimized. Yeah? And look at the lyrics, however, may suggest another reason why Men North of Richmond is appealing to right-wing influencers. Dirty Hudak is a dirty little anti-white. He's a dirty little anti-white. Anthony rails, and that's the last name, rails against high taxes and the value of the dollar, but also wades into some Reagan-era talking points about welfare. I think people might not remember Reagan and the commercial for welfare queens. Quote, Lord, we got folks in the streets, ain't got nothing to eat, and the obese milking welfare. He sings, well, God, if you're 5'3" and you're 300 pounds, taxes ought not to pay for your bags of fudge rounds. Now, why does an anti-white object to those things being objectionable? Because those things white erase Western civilization. The idea that you would live, that you would pay for an entire class of people to live on public assistance, which of course ruins their lives. That you would do this is totally anti-white. It's a white erasure of our norms. A norm for us, an expectation for behavior from us, is that, oh, you're in a society where we have enough to help get you back on your feet if you fall down, and we will reach out to help you do that. Not that we'll pay for you to live for the rest of your life. That's definitely anti-white. So anti-whites endorse that mindset. The objecting to people who are American citizens, particularly veterans who are starving in the streets and they're homeless. And that's how the country treats these people, is something that is contrary with our spirit. And so anti-whites will object to you objecting to that. Understand Hudak for who and what he is. The real head turner, though, is an apparent allusion to Jeffrey Epstein's Caribbean island. Like, how do you object to that, Hudak? How many little boys and little girls do you want to booger up, Hudak? How many? How many, you pedophiling, anti-white mother? How many? That's the real head turner, that he'd object to pedophilia and rape. Where the billionaire and convicted sex offender allegedly introduced underage girls to powerful associates. Allegedly. I mean, just give it up. Give it up. We don't believe your bullshit anymore. It doesn't work with us. The only people who read your garbage, Hudak, and are like, yeah, it's allegedly, are other radical anti-whites. There's no middle of the road people that are concluding it's allegedly. In his straight-to-camera introduction video, Anthony, who according to a post on YouTube cites Hank Williams Jr., no stranger to political songs, as a big influence, says his site says he sits, quote, pretty dead center down the aisle on politics and always has. Okay, so that's the thing. Like, when I heard him say that, I wondered, is he trying to make an appeal to anti-whites, saying like, don't come after me. I plan on making fun and attacking people who normally would identify as right-wing. Is he saying that? Or is he really saying that he just doesn't like either party because both parties are garbage? In which case, he could be ready to step out of that anti-white narrative and start going free. That's what we would like to see. They go on here, and that, quote, it seems like both sides serve the same master, which now that could be either the conservative argument of that it's these power brokers are just trying to make us fight each other, Alex Jonesian style, which is horseshit. Because then the antidote, the answer to that is that we all have to just blend together. He also talked about human trafficking, which he admits is alluded to in the lyrics "Rich Men North of Richmond." Quote, one of the worst things a human being can do is take advantage of a child. He also says in the video, I think I drew the line on being quiet when I started to see that becoming normalized, and I'll leave that, at that. One conservative influencer compared Richmond North of Richmond to Aldean's Try That in Small Town. The two most viral country songs of the last month are, you just said that. You might notice a theme there. People are starved for music that speaks to them about today's problems. About today's problems to white people. There aren't today's problems to non-white people. And non-white people who are good non-white people, and they're either aware that they're pushing back against anti-whiteism, or they're pushing back against it and not totally aware that it's anti-white or anti-whiteism. They're just looking at it as abstractions. You all need to speak up. You know it ain't you who's suffering. You know it's not you. It's white people, and specifically white males. If you're silent on that, you're no conservative. You're no patriot. You're not standing with us. If you're just an abstractionist, if you're silent on that. The only thing that's going to work against this anti-white narrative when it comes to who's being victimized is saying what everybody actually lives. That's it. You have to attack the fiction that they believe they have lived that came from entertainment. You do not cede an inch to them on that. And that's what Oliver would be doing if he starts talking about Brown Brother and we all got blue collars and all this kind of horse shit that has made country music suck. That has made it wretched. Where would bluegrass and country be today if it actually talked about white people, where the music comes from, totally? If it actually talked about us and our struggles in the world. And don't go to the big labels. We got oil tycoons who are white people. And this is the other thing. All these people want to talk about, oh, it's just the Jewish people that are behind. Bullshit. You have billionaire white people, trillionaire white people. Tons of them. More than there are Jewish people with that kind of money. Why aren't they starting music industry? It's everywhere. They could start it overnight. If we're going to make the criticisms about Kanye West and how he didn't use his billions to make agencies that represent all the black athletes and all the black musicians and all the black artists of various types, actors and everything. He didn't do anything. He just wanted to have a tantrum about Jewish people. He could have done a ton for his people. Nothing. Where are all these white there are white billionaires in Texas coming out the wazoo. Castle-like homes all over the place. There's a home owned by, well, is this guy white? I think he is, in Tennessee. You wouldn't even believe the house and the property. And he's got room where you can look up and look at the stars at night. He's got a pool where the whole wall of the entire building opens up. So he can have an open air pool or he can have an enclosed pool. Why aren't they starting country music labels? And you're going to blame Jewish people. It's God. I swear to God. And if these people were doing that, if they were doing that sort of thing, Oliver would have someplace to go to make money, and I wouldn't have to get so full of angst and anger about what is more likely to happen. Which, wrapping this up, you got Oliver as at a fork in the road. We don't know if he's going to be able to make more wonderful music like this piece in the future. But if he can, if that's within him, he's got a fork in the road. And it's either going to be on one side what can be offered to him, because we don't have those billions and trillionaires out there and multi-million centimillionaires of white people stepping up because they're a bunch of selfish, individualistic bitches. All we can offer him is history, is legendary status in history. That's all we can offer. Now, if he's a real Virginian, he'll take it like I did. Or he's going to go the route of the conservative and buy himself a big truck that's not going to last even 40 years, not even 30 years, not even 20 years. And a big tractor that might last 30 years. And a quad that might last only 5 years, depending upon how hard he rides it. And he will have sold out the white race if he goes that route. And all the non-white races in America if he goes that route. Because you are not going to end everything that is destroying the West today by continuing to defend abstractions when we are being punched in the goddamn race. Open up your eyes. No more bullshit. For God's sake. We'll be right back. That is the great ForNull and his song Angry Coward, which is, I wanted to play today as a message to the dirtbags that showed up last time we were together on Tuesday. Angry Coward, that's all they are, a bunch of angry cowards. And let's hope that they get their just desserts, every single one of them. So let's continue with our evening. And I'll take a look at what y'all are saying right now. We'll see what we have on story here. We have Seamus McCarthy financially gifting over here on Cash App, $5. God bless you, brother. True champion. For the healing of Western kind. $5 financial gift. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. He's a true champ, ladies and gentlemen. He accomplishes many wonderful things, and I'm very proud of him. He's doing good. He just got that new job that he's crediting to this community and white well-being. We have the great Yiz the Unifier, $5 financial gift from her. Make sure that you check her out tomorrow on Discordant Dragons on her channel. and that is at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. $5 financial gift. She writes here, I felt Oliver Anthony's song in my soul. Thank you so much for sharing that. And she writes, Kip, keep it Promethean, keep it positive, keep it pristine. That's Yiz the Unifier. Yeah. That's he was singing. I mean, that was his pain. And what a shame it will be. And this is where the angst comes from in me. What a shame it will be if they take his real pain that he's experiencing because he's a white man and then turn that into a blue collar, multiracial, let's all blend together and hold hands against the white men who run everything nonsense. We have get out your raucous emojis. Let's celebrate 07s, 007s, 007s for No White Guilt Clips. Ladies and gentlemen, who has come in here as he always done, on fire, the awesome champion that he is. I talk about proud. I'm very proud of that guy. $50 financial gift. Let's get some fireworks for him. Let's get some crowns for him. Let's get some crowns for No White Guilt Clips. God bless you, brother. Always a glorious thing. There could be no one left, and Clips will be there. That's how awesome Clips is. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Turn around here, and we'll see what's over on Entropy. Nothing on Entropy yet, but I see people there, so I must be working. If it's not, let me know in one of the other live chats. We see over here on D Live, we have I'm calling the police. Thank you so much. Has financially gifted 2 ice cream cones of cryptocurrency, and then 5 lemons of cryptocurrency, and then a diamond of cryptocurrency financially gifted by... It's very blurry. Is that a T? Hartza? Is that a T? I apologize, but thank you so much. A diamond's worth of cryptocurrency. And then Spartan is over there with 3 lemons of cryptocurrency. Thank you so much. I deeply appreciate it. And Spartan's also asking for payment back by opening the treasure chest at the end. Remind me closer to the end, my friend. Okay, over here on Odyssey, we have no financial gifts, but an 07 from, is your screen name Good Job? Thank you so much, Good Job. I appreciate that. Roll back around this direction. And big hello to everybody who has shown up and who has shared the stream. This is the final test for the algorithm, and it will put to bed any question that has remained, any lingering question whatsoever. Anybody talking about this guy Oliver Anthony and doing a reaction, a review, is either, if they have a massive sub count, it's as much as a quarter and climbing of their total sub count. If they have smaller sub counts, it's more than their sub count, and in some cases double their sub count. So if it doesn't happen here, it's clearly the anti-whites are throttling us into oblivion. Mansplainer is here. Hello and welcome. Thank you, everybody, for celebrating No White Guilt Clips. Paul, Private Life is here. Thank you all very much. Nat Quinn, I will be getting back to you on the interview. Thank you very much. Finger Ferretter is here. Hello and welcome. JC Denton, one of Western kind. Celebrated you earlier, brother. Vase of Flowers is here. Moose is here. Wonderful to see you all. I don't see any tags. Based in Red Pill. So Promethean Kitchen. That's the reason why after I finish chef school, I'm going to open up my own restaurant, because the odds of a white chef being hired is probably zero. So you have to make your own work. And I'll speak to that just for 1 second from a personal anecdote, that years ago, when I would go out a little bit more often, meet friends here or there, and nice restaurants, or okay restaurants, not really expensive ones, obviously. And then I would hear about, oh, this chef over here, he's getting promoted and he has all these backers, and every single time it was non-white. Every single time. There wasn't a white chef that had promotion, that was being lifted up, that was being celebrated, that I saw. Not a single time. Every single one was non-white. So yeah, man, you're going to have to do it on your own. And we're going to have to stick to our own. Yeah, that's a funny name. Your wife's boyfriend is here. Your wife's boyfriend says he gets where I'm coming from, but that if Oliver goes too hardcore, he'll get canceled and banned immediately. Well, the question is, we have hung in the air the question mark of what is hardcore, because what we do is acceptable. I mean, it's everywhere. People use the concepts at work. They use the concepts with family. They bring people to white well-being. We are able, even with the horrendous tongue cutting, the censoring of our work, we're still up. We're still making noise. We're still able to access people. And so if hardcore is defined as white well-being, he'll be able to do that, and he'll be able to become a folk legend. If hardcore to you is Jew spurging, or going out and blaming everything on Jewish people, or going out in American Renaissance style and talking about all the bad things about other races, or if he does something like that, yes, he'll look like the villain in the anti-white narrative. He'll be easily identified, and then anti-whites will feel they'll feel good about taking down the villain in their story, because everybody feels good about taking down the villain in their story. And so they'll take those actions. He would be censored into oblivion. Now, the other response that I have, and thank you for your comment, is that if people are allowed to defend cuckery with, oh, it's got to be all implied, he can never reveal too much, and he has to give some sort of lip service to, then we have anti-whiteism, and it'll march through his entire career, and then all the way to his grave. Just like Rush Limbaugh didn't do shit. He had infinite wealth and the Grim Reaper waiting for him, and he still didn't get enough balls to say, hey folks, this is an attack on Western kind. This is an attack on white people. This is an attack on what white people do. So we're not giving any more excuses to politicians, to musicians, to artists of any type. No more excuses to them, for them, so that they can get wealthy being an anti-white. Fuck that. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm not going to defend somebody who might be, might in private have sympathy for us, so that he can go on, or she can go on to be a wealthy anti-white. All that. I'm poor. My life has been nothing but hardship. My life has been nothing, just riddled with anti-whiteism undermining me, because I'm an exceptional white male, man of the West. So my position is, you can say it like it is, and you can do it with these concepts that we have created here and continue to prove work, or you can just go out there and be a cuck, and we'll call you out as a cuck. And if we see you in public, we'll call you out as a cuck. No more celebrating. I'm not saying you're doing this, by the way. I'm not saying you're doing it. But it's like a furthering of the celebration of selfish individualism. Like, well, if he can get filthy rich and if he can make a living for himself or whatever, then that's awesome. No, it isn't awesome. It isn't. Because my life isn't even a fraction of what it should have been. And neither is yours, and yours, and yours. And neither are all these white kids that are coming up. So it's not fucking awesome if he gets rich. And again, I'm not saying that you are saying that. But your comment gives me the opportunity to speak to that. So I thank you for your comment. Only Anti-White Goblins is here. Says Michael Knowles and Matt Walsh recently voiced their concerns over possibly becoming a minority in the U.S. and its effects on American culture. Well, there's no possibility to it. 100%. The anti-whites are saying 2045, and I'm telling you the real number, 2030. We will be a numerical minority 2030. That's the real number, in my opinion. But of course, go to CNN for the correction. And what it means is that we're still defeated. Nothing has changed. West America has been defeated a long time before you were born. Like I heard one of these black conservatives saying, and folks are asking me, millions of viewers. Folks are asking me how what's eventually gonna happen. Well, America's never going to be defeated. No. It's beaten. And you have to accept the reality on the ground in order to make headway toward an objective. If you continue to ignore, it's like a friend of mine and I, when we were little boys, we went out four-wheeling. And it had rained ferociously for like 2 weeks on and off. And there was a low spot on this property that we were out on, four-wheeling, both of us on one four-wheeler. And we came upon kind of where the trail went down and then went back up, and it looked really, really muddy. And like two good little Southern boys, we decided, of course, to floor the four-wheeler and race into the mud and throw rooster tail and have a lot of fun and get all muddy and laugh our asses off, get the mud in our hair and face and clothing. And we did that. The problem was that the four-wheeler stopped moving forward, and then it began to sink. And despite rocking it, despite throttling up, throttling down, changing gears, it just kept sinking. And me even getting out into the mud very deep and pushing and rocking, it just kept sinking. If we had just stayed there throttling and throwing rooster tail and rocking that four-wheeler back and forth, that would be the equivalent of what people are doing and saying when they think that America or Canada or whatever hasn't already been defeated. And we can't be defeated because if it ever comes down to it, we'll rise up. No. You're just throwing rooster tail. You're not moving anywhere. You have to acknowledge we are defeated. We were defeated a very long time ago. You weren't even born in America. You weren't even born in Canada. And then we plot our course based on the reality on the ground. So what my friend and I did was we accepted the reality. That four-wheeler is not going anywhere. So we had to walk all the way back, miles, to the farm. And we looked for a winch and chain. And then finally his father was like, what's going on? Where's the four-wheeler? And then he drove us back out there in his vehicle, and we pulled the four-wheeler out of the mud, and we continued our day of fun. That's what has to be done. We've got to view it as it is. Elaine Sabatino says that she psychologically has become sick of the oppressive, quote, oppressive African beauty standards. Yeah, it's everywhere. You see these white females now, they go out, and I'm not against, if you're an adult and you need a medication to get to like normal, or you want to do a little something to make yourself you believe look a little better. I'm not like one of these people who is against it. I'm for that. You want to do it, whatever. Like you want to put, if you're a woman and you want to put some filler or something in your lips, well, if you think that's going to make you look better, okay, whatever. But you see all these white women out there who get these gigantic lips, and they end up making their mouths look like a sphincter. And it's particularly hideous, like it's some kind of giant macaque sphincter that white women's mouth ends up looking like after they get done pumping it full of filler, especially when the top lip gets bigger than the bottom lip. What in Christ's name? It's this African beauty standard. This is how you're supposed to look. This is beauty now. And all these like these like fake, what do they even call it? A prosthetic they put in women's asses. If I wanted a macaque, I like a nice ass, of course. But if I wanted a macaque, I'd go get one. If I would go out and have you seen these animals? They're very interesting. Celebes crested macaque. I would go get one of them if that's what I wanted. They show up, anti-whiteism, in the countries that we created. Why? Because those countries are in us. America is not a place on a map. It's only a place on a map as long as white people continue to biospiritually project it. It's not a permanent thing. It's not something that goes beyond white people. It's something that we biospiritually, instinctually, if you need to understand it that way, project onto the world around us. If there aren't enough white people to project it, or we're not in positions of authority, etc., it does not exist. It doesn't matter if there's a place on the map called United States or Canada or Ireland or any of that. None of it matters. It's something that's in us. It's all in us. Ireland's in me. Russia's in me. Australia's in me. I don't ever have to set foot on Australia, and I'm more Australian than any non-white person born there, no matter how wonderful they are, and no matter how much they contribute in a moral and just and law-abiding and wonderful way. And that's a beautiful thing, I think, as well, their contributions. I'm still more Australian because I can recreate Australia. They can't. All right, let's see. Let's see what else we have. We're going to talk about a great example. I hope, Oliver, I hope you end up watching this. We want you to become a folk legend. That's what we want. We're going to be talking about right now. We'll be talking about Best Buy. They're not discriminating against blue collars. And we'll start with Jeremy, I think is his name. And I wanted to just watch a little bit of his, or maybe most of his, and then we'll get on to O'Keefe, because he's going to give, I think O'Keefe is probably just giving like the facts, ma'am, whereas Jeremy is going to be giving more of a conservative perspective, which I want to be able to distinguish between the real down home folks, Western kind, across Western civilization, that are actually recapturing our destiny, and the conservative mindset that is a cancer to resistance to anti-whiteism. It just is. It's a fact. It's verifiable. There's the great Slaw. It's wonderful to see you, brother. True champion. All right. Ron is here. Hello, Ron. Come on, screen. Start working again. All right. Nancy Drew is with us. Hello, sister. Welcome. Rick Freedom. Cool name. Rick Freedom. Great to see you. All right. All right, let's go ahead and get into this. One second, a little glitch, my friends. We are fixing it. All right. Okay, let's keep moving. Linda is here. Did I say hello to you yet, Linda? Hello, sister, and welcome. Looks like Yiz is heading off to bed. Good night, sister. She goes to sleep early because she gets up early to save the world. Let's have a look at this. Is a funny little cartoon at the beginning of this.
Dear Best Buy, Piggy and I started a GoFundMe so I could relocate and join your management training program. How's that sound?
Sounds good. But remember,
how does that sound? All of the vast majority of those dollars buying things at Best Buy, still white people. But you'll be discriminated against.
remember, our management training program is only open to non-whites. Here at Best Buy, we believe in diversity. And as you know, diversity means the less white people, the better.
By the way, just some education. It's fewer because people will be countable.
Yikes. We all know that Best Buy had long ago gone woke, and we're going to take a look at.
Okay. Don't ever say woke. We never give them the names of their taking, and we never take the names of their giving. Remember that meme curative. And the reason why is because if we give them the names of their taking, we are in their story. If we take the names of their giving, we are in their story. That's why we don't do it. They want to be called woke, so you don't call them that.
Some of their hilarious backfires over the years, whether it was their reaction to the Kyle's correct verdict, or the fiery but mostly peaceful, runs on plasma TVs and tennis shoes for old what's his name.
All right, see that sort of the mostly peaceful and destroying the stores and the anti-white terrorism, that does nothing. That sort of flippancy does nothing. It's ironic. Ha ha ha. It does nothing. Stop laughing at the destruction of Western civilization. It's totally ineffective. And so don't do that. He might be aware of that. Maybe he's doing it for his audience's benefit. And if that's the case, more power to him. But don't you do that. It's totally ineffective to articulate the position by our victimizer and think that if you articulate it with the hint of irony, that it accomplishes anything. I couldn't even imagine what it would be like to be in the position of the victimizer, in Western civilization, and have your victims articulate the positions that you give them. From a psychological warfare perspective, you own them. You absolutely own them. And no wonder they end up looking at white people as animals. Just a bunch of dumb animals. Because they won't listen to the no white guilt guy and team white well-being
that they supported a couple of summers ago. Now, a brand new whistleblower at the company has released a management leadership academy program that explicitly forbids one group of people. And I wonder who it could be.
Now that's actually a style of humor that I would encourage him to use. Like, everybody knows who's being talked about. And so then to play, like, for some reason, there are a lot of people out there that think that's funny. I don't think it's funny at all. But different pleasures for different minds. But there are a lot of people who think doing that is funny. And so I encourage something like this, as long as you're being very clear about who it is.
Leave a like on this video if you're really just also perplexed on what group of people it could be. This via the O'Keefe Media Group, at least that's where I saw it come across my timeline. Citizen Journalist has revealed that Best Buy is partnering with McKinsey and Company on a management training program. That's good, right? You know, a lot of these retail jobs offer very little upward mobility from the sales floor and often are viewed as, you know, college or high school type jobs. But there's very little opportunity to actually turn it into a career. So I think this is a great thing. Oh, wait, let me read the second paragraph. It's probably nothing bad. The program is not open to white applicants.
Okay. Oliver, that is ubiquitous. That is omnipresent. That is everywhere across Western civilization for generations. That's who you need to be singing about. The white race being victimized by anti-whiteism. What does this mean, Oliver? It means that all those non-white race, they're not struggling. All those black guys, all those Hispanic guys, all those Asian girls, their lives as taken as a whole, or rather I should say individually, can have hardships as anybody's life can. But there is systemic discrimination and persecution of white people. So on top of all of the tribulation, you know, the trammels, the hardships, the ups and downs, the vicissitudes of life, good, bad, etc., that white people have to go through, we also have to go through this anti-white victimization in every facet of life. And then to make matters worse, like at least when we were in the process of bringing non-white people into our Western civilization, and you can have a little bit more, and you can have a little bit more access, and you can have, at least we acknowledge to them that we did not give them full access. We were like, hey, you didn't build this, but we'll let you come in this far. We're not going to let you have we're not going to let you participate in everything yet. At least we acknowledge that they were limited. Anti-whites commit the blackest psychological abuse the world has ever known, because they do all of this victimization and then they deny that any of it is happening. In fact, they say it's the exact opposite, that your life is filled with nothing but milk and honey by being white, and that all of these others have the hardships and the struggles and etc. The exact opposite is true.
Quote, candidates must meet the racial requirements below. What? Why do companies do this?
Okay. Because they're anti-white, which is 100% correct. They do it because they're anti-white.
I don't understand.
Jeremy, have me on your show. I will totally explain it to you, brother. Is that his name? Do I got it right?
What is this? By the way, quick reminder, 2 links in the description. My coffee company, who is 100% not woke.
Boy.
We're located right here in the United States.
No, see, wouldn't it be nice if he said anti-white? My coffee company, which is 100% not anti-white.
States. This is the hang off on a roller. Ultra all around the Womoko roaster there. Hey there, buddy. We're excited to announce awesome news about the McKinsey Professional Development Program. Now, imagine you work at Best Buy, which of course is majority white people, as part of the Best Buy's commitment to develop our support.
And why is Best Buy majority white people? Because you still have a white majority in the country. You still have a shit ton of white people. I used to argue with anti-whites. It was all the way back into high school. Teachers, my anti-white teachers. And they would talk about how, well, look at this percentage of white people in management. And I pointed out to them that management, now just setting aside everything, if you just want to talk about numbers, setting aside innate talents, and of course, white people would be more intrinsically capable to succeed in a civilization built by white people, right? It should work that way. Just like every race, it should work that way for them. That's what one of the big things that makes multiracialism challenging. But and then all of the sacrifice, and then also different fields and different levels of interest in different fields per different groups of people. But forget about all that just for a moment. I would tell these anti-white bitches that were teachers at classes in high school, I would say, let's just look at the numbers. If we look at the numbers and we treat them like lottery tickets, what are the odds that a white person is going to make it to management versus a Asian person versus a Hispanic person? Well, the odds are much more likely. It's like you bought far more lotto tickets. Numerically, the odds are much more likely in your favor or in the favor of white people, I should say, that white people are going to end up in management because there's simply more of them. There's simply far more of them applying. So the only way you can change that outcome is to rig the lottery, which is what they did.
And support our employees, we've partnered with McKinsey & Company to offer the McKinsey Leadership Programs. These professional development programs customize this curriculum and discussions to the unique situations, experiences, opportunities, and of diverse professionals. Click here to learn more.
Okay, so there you see the beautiful example, and you'll come across anti-whites vagues who will say diverse doesn't mean no white people. Of course it does. You just saw a perfect example about it. They just use the word diverse to mean non-white. And this happens all the time. It's been happening all the time for decades.
It means not white. Okay.
Look, even he said it.
By the way, this would be not okay if it were any race. Okay. It would be national news, by the way, if it were any race. But because it's white people, everyone's just like, huh, ho hum. White people are born with a stipend coming into their mailbox every month called white privilege. And we never have to work for anything and everything gets handed to us. That's what everyone believes anyway. In 2023, McKinsey is launching.
Okay. So what he needed to do there is what I did, is how I pointed out the reality and how that is psychological abuse. This claim, it comes from the anti-white narrative. What he just did, unfortunately, it's not his fault. He's living in the anti-white narrative. He's been brainwashed by anti-whiteism. He just articulated their position. And he thought the snark was a rebuttal. It's not a rebuttal. Snark is not a rebuttal. Could you imagine being in a debate with someone and then you state their position affirmatively, but you give a little wry mouth or something like this to make it seem like it's snark, and believing that you have rebutted them?
A new 3-month program called Leadership Essentials just for individual contributors. In addition, long-standing management accelerator program will be a 4-month course geared for people managers. Best Buy will have spots available in its new McKinsey Leadership Essentials and Management Accelerator cohorts that begin in October 2023. Participants will gain critical skills that enhance leadership through mini MBA-style curriculum. Yeah, it's almost as good as a 2 years of MBA program. Topics will include.
Okay, so that means they're going to be rewarded with the salaries and the clout. And what does that mean for a person's life? We've talked about this many times. I mean, it's the kind of thing that you have to talk about when you're in conversation with friends, family, and strangers to change this world, to turn this ship around of our destiny, to reclaim our destiny. You have to talk about the ramifications for the white people who deserved those jobs on their talents, on their abilities, on where they were in life, etc., who would have gone on. They would have had the money to attract a mate. They would have had the money to start a family. They would have had the money. Who knows? Who knows? Now, what's going to happen for people who are recipients of a higher paycheck, a higher status, more sex life, a nicer house and everything by way of anti-whiteism? What might they do with their dollars? They're indebted. They're indebted to anti-whiteism. Of course, they're going to become even more radical anti-whites as a consequence of it. They have to say to themselves, if they have one shred of decency, they have to say to themselves that what they benefited from and the victimization of white people had to happen, or they wouldn't be able to live with themselves. And if it had to happen, then that means it has to keep happening. Then that means your nephew or your son gets judged by this new MBA equivalent executive working at Best Buy. The ramifications and just the concentric rings of anti-whiteism and the victimization of white people that stretch out in space and time are incalculable. but it's worth trying to articulate some of it so that people can truly understand, so that they can begin to get a little bit of a grip. You can't just pass it over in a sort of a conservative style of it's wrong to be mean to any race. You have to talk about this victimization holistically.
Strategy development, critical thinking, networking, and problem solving. Do they think white people all already know this? Is that it? They think minorities need special training? That seems awfully that's offensive.
Okay. Ugh. Don't do that, Jeremy. That is such a lame conservative thing to do. He's trying to own the anti-whites by their anti-white moral imperative measuring stick. He's trying to say he is more anti-white moral than they are on their measuring stick of morality. That's racist to the non-white people. You're saying that they need extra training? Shut the fuck up, man. Seriously. You don't own them that way. You don't defeat them that way. You can never own your victimizer on their moral metric measuring stick. You can never own them there, and you should never try. Because by way of their metric, you need to die. By way of their metric, you need to suffer. So all they have to do is to say, well, okay, well, where's the rest of the metric? Where's the rest of the harm you're doing to Western kind, Western civilization? I don't know. I could do this for another 5,000 years. If I could just have that talent that I needed and realized I needed back at 13 years of age. God.
Candidates for these programs must meet the requirements below. Additional consideration will be given to those who have active development plans. 1, currently working in an exempt salaried role. 2, have worked more than 1 year at current role at Best Buy. Okay, these are fine. 3, identify as Black, Latino, Hispanic, Asian, or Pacific Islander. Were there 3 Pacific Islander employees at Best Buy? By the way, identify. My fellow.
Objecting to the number of them present is a diversion. It's fear of talking too much about the race of people being attacked.
Mayonnaise monsters out there, okay? Any of you, I used to work for Best Buy. I worked for Best Buy in Madison, Wisconsin.
Did you say my fellow mayonnaise monsters?
Madison East. We used to play baseball in the store before it opened. That said, if any of my Chad or Chad-S mayonnaise monsters want to apply for this and identify as...
Okay. Please, if you want to call us something other than white, call us Westman. Call us Western kind.
Black. I will offer you a $500 scholarship to whatever you want to do. It would be absolutely amazing.
So he wants to play some snark. He wants somebody to go in, a white person, and identify as non-white. We just looked at how that's not going to be allowed to be done.
Amazing, because it just says
they're going to add identify to such statements, because now identify as Black, identify as Hispanic, because identify, what you identify as, has become a staple of the victimization of Western kind, the white erasure of our norms of what it is to be a man and a woman. So they're going to add this identify to everything now.
Identify. So you all mayonnaise.
It's not going to work. Don't take his money unless you're planning on quitting.
These monsters or whatever they call you, non-melanated people, you should identify to apply and then just put, to be honest with you, this is how
non-melanated,
how you beat this. By the way.
This is how you beat this? No, it's absolutely not, Jeremy. It is not. You don't snark and win. For fuck's sake. And how old is this guy? Is he he's in his 30s or something? Looks like it. Has the snark been helping? No, it's gotten a lot worse. What we're doing is how you defeat this. Every Best Buy employee, how you defeat this. Every white Best Buy employee, and every non-white person who works at Best Buy, who's a good person, who objects to this victimization of white people, You all need to protest. You all need to go have like a sit-in. Go into work and you say, break out signs and say, no more anti-whiteism on the signs. Either you remove this, this criteria or criterion, or we're not working. That's what they need to do. Now, what's going to happen, of course, is that Best Buy is going to continue to apply the criterion of you can't be white, even if they take away the verbiage. But you get the ball rolling with society acknowledging and understanding that there's a victimization, a targeting of white people. You don't get the ball rolling, and society acknowledging that there is a targeting and a victimization of white people by snarkily going in and saying that you are non-white when you're not. People are just going to think that you are an imp.
If you are, I'm going to open the opportunity to everybody. If you are Black, Latino, Hispanic, Asian, or Pacific Islander, and you identify as white and complain about not being allowed into this program, and you reach out to management, I will also offer you some sort of help continuing educational scholarship. Candidates for these programs, okay, yeah. And then
I wish I had the money to be able to just like do what he's doing. You know, I know he makes tons of money off of his channel and all. He said as much, and lives in a nice house and everything. But he's paying people to be snarky as the resistance to anti-whiteism. It's the kind of offer that's going to be made to Oliver Anthony, isn't it?
Also be able to commit following the participation, learning sessions, leadership awards, blah, 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 blah. Here's the application submission. What's your job title? Who's your current leader? What is your job location? Who is your current human resources support representative? Who would even know that? I never knew that when I worked there.
Okay. So you get the gist of it. I mean, there's the quartering. He has some potential. He's got a big audience. He's got over 1.5 million subs. And I would like to see him using more of the lexicon: anti-whiteism, white erasure, Western kind, anti-white narrative. I'd like to see him using more of these things, because these things actually will push back. These things will prevent companies in the future, like Best Buy, from doing this sort of thing. And it could happen even quicker. Imagine, I don't know under what sort of structure Best Buy is owned, but if it's shareholders or what have, imagine it, powerful person or people get a hold of the lexicon at Best Buy and they start pushing back against the anti-whites at the company. And they say, no, we're just absolutely not going to have this anymore. It has to be completely, any promotion, any hiring, etc., has to go to the person who's actually best for the job, because otherwise this is anti-white garbage and I'm not going to stand for it. We're not going to have it. Could you imagine? It would change at Best Buy overnight. Anti-whiteism, not going to have it. It would change. Let Best Buy executives, etc., underlings, management, articulate the need to victimize white people at Best Buy. I would love that. But you're not going to give somebody in an executive position at Best Buy any sort of empowerment by giving them a news story or a story that comes up through the company or video of some lowly white guy working on the floor trying to sell people on MacBooks or what have you, speakers for their computer, who goes in and says, I would like to apply for this training program so that I have a guaranteed job at a much higher salary, and I'm really Zulu. I'm Zulu black, and so therefore, and what are you going to do about it? You're going to deny me? No. That's not going to empower anybody in an executive position who could push back if they had the right tools. So, Jeremy, let us help you out, brother. Let us help you out. We want to see anti-whiteism destroyed as soon as possible. I'll see what y'all are saying, then we'll get on to James O'Keefe and what's going on with him, because it goes further. Of course it goes further. He's got more news. I mean, he revealed that, but he's got more news to share. James O'Keefe does. And we'll check here. Okay, blank on entropy. And over here on Odyssey, Luke saying he left Odyssey when they banned a bunch of content creators. And I thought it might have been for me, but I didn't see anything there. Nothing on Odyssey. We'll swivel back around here. Just for fun in the live chat says, at the risk of causing controversy, I must ask, how would you present Going Free to Dr. David Duke or Nick Griffin? I'll come back to that, but I've presented it to Duke, and he is not capable of understanding it. He is, I mean, as you can obviously tell, he's gone in all chips on Jay Spurging, and he's been doing that. He has said more words in his life about Jewish people than a handful of other people will say about any topics in their entire lives. But one of the biggest contentions showed itself on a JF stream when I was supposed to come on as a guest for JF after Duke. Duke, of course, couldn't stop talking about Jewish people, bad-mouthing them. I came on my time, and JF, I think, smart enough to see the possibility of a back and forth. And I pointed out the big problem for Duke and his argument, which is that there is no white people. There is no group of people who identifies as an actual people that is imbued with a peoplehood as non-white people do. Since there is no such group, individuals cannot formulate suggestions for group threats. You can't say this other group of people or this whatever that's outside of us is a threat to us for submission to the individuals of that group, because there is no group. What ends up happening in the white race, what we see every time, and I just said this on Tuesday, is that when you say there's a group of people out there that want to wipe white people off the map, that want to harm white people, since white people don't have a group identity, which is what we're doing here, since they don't have a group identity, they selfishly, individualistically make decisions for themselves and their families. And those decisions are varied: to move away to white flight, to get out their resume for this omnipotent power out there that wants to harm white people, to signal that they are anti-white. And indeed, that's what we have seen for generations across the West. That's what we see. So this is like a fact that is so salient. The problem is that it takes high intelligence to see and understand this salient fact. And it takes low intelligence or midwittery to take a corrective that you can be applied to, say, like a bee's nest in your garage, and try to apply it to a problem or the problem that we have, which is in the context of societal dynamism, different groups, races of man, peoples of man, and expressions through religions and lack thereof, and the long-standing problem for Western kind, which is potentially a genetic predisposition to some degree to selfish individualism, which I believe actually gives rise to the success of anti-whiteism. I believe that the real problem is in that small propensity for selfish individualism. And that, for us, if to liken it to a body, is like an open wound. It's like a bed sore. And many things can make their way in and then grow in the wound. So that is the thing you have to take care of, the lack of a people. And so you can complain all day about a bee's nest in the garage, and you can say, well, the way to get the bees out of to not have bees buzzing around the garage is to get rid of the bee nest. But that is a curative for a bee's nest in a garage. It's not a curative. You can't take one corrective and apply it to every challenge. That is a failing of midwittery. And education does not mean that you have a higher IQ or that you're going to come to higher IQ conclusions. It's also, by the way, in anti-whiteism, a trap that people fall into that is encouraged by anti-whites to dilute and poison resistance to anti-whiteism. Now, I don't know about Griffin. I don't know him. I haven't talked to him. So I don't know if he's a J-Spurg. I don't know what he's up to. But every time I asked during that, I was like, who is the we? Who is the we? He couldn't answer. And then Richard Spencer saw Duke floundering on the issue. So he called in, and then JF, in his wisdom, seeing that to come close to my IQ and abilities, that it would have to be Duke and Spencer. He allowed Spencer on at the same time, and they still floundered. Fit and Healthy at Any Age says, trying to convince people we don't live in Western civilization any longer is challenging. We'll talk about the white erasure. Talk about the norms and the expectations that used to be there and that now have been erased and white erased. And by saying that, white erasure, you're going to bring that concept to bear that empowers you in your position. An easy way to articulate it is when the country was 90% white or 100% white, what did it look like? That was Western civilization. What were the norms? What were the expectations? What were the desires? What was the destiny? What was the, that's Western civilization. And of course that can, the actual, the vogue thing or the mod thing of the moment is not a mod thing for all time. So you got to look deeper than just like, what was the type of belt women were wearing or something like that. It's something obviously much more fundamental. Thank you for bringing that up. The quartering is weak, says Elaine Sabatino. Quote, owning the libs is a flashback to 2017. Jason, what's with all the anti-white slurs? Looks like, is Ivan shelling out anti-white slurs? I'll have to take a look. So yeah, Duke is not interested whatsoever in our practice. And I kind of doubt that Griffin would be as well, because he's making a living off of what he's pushing. And so people are not going to walk away from their income. They both have a strategy that they're selling to change things. So I wouldn't expect either of them to be of any interest whatsoever to what we're doing. The ones who are just talking about the doom in the world, they should be interested in what we're doing. Thank you for the question. Victorian Time Traveler, Jason just built a community that includes amazing artists. So you do have that skill. Oh, I see. Yes. Okay. That's a good way to look at it. Thank you. If one of us has a skill, we all have the skill because we are a team. Yes. Well said. Thank you, brother. Well said. Johnny Johnson's here. We have to win this psychological warfare with no white guilt's knowledge. We can. Yes. Thank you very much. Absolutely. Ron says that he bets the CEO of Best Buy is white. We can look that up. We can see. Probably. We can tell, though, that it's anti-white, right? That's why we don't have to worry. All those times, like back in the day, so long, I'm so glad I don't have to be around J-spurgers anymore, because they would always be like, oh, it's got to be a J, and then they go and look and it's not. And then they're like, oh, well, they've been manipulated they're behind the scenes. Back 20 years ago, they would say, and earlier, it was always, it's a crypto J. Every time they got it wrong. Holly is here. Hello, sister, and welcome. Rory says, Dear Jason, have you submitted anything for the International Day of Pro-White Action 23? I understand that submissions are now closed, but there were some good ones from the NJP. Rory, why would you come here and celebrate the NJP that have slandered the shit out of me and put massive pressure on Mark Collett to get rid of me? How does that make sense? No, we did not participate in that, because Mark, who is organizing that every year, was very excited, by the way, last year, because we brought submissions from around the world, beautiful submissions, wonderful, wonderful work by white positive activists around the world. And he said last year after it, he said, your people were so amazing. Next year, I'm going to open it up to all sayings that you all use, so that you can get even more of your people to participate. And of course, we didn't get to there, because he decided that he would rather cut ties with me, effectively fire me from the show on the day that we were supposed to be telling people that we were going to take a few shows off. Like 30 seconds before we went live. And so, no, we didn't participate in that. So without question, I'm not sure why you would show up and say something positive about a Nazi USA party who Heil Hitler, and they say Heil, those words, and then they do the Roman salute and all of that in America. All right, let's see what else is here. Bane is here. Hello, Bane. The worst thing to happen to this song is it falls into a generic working class anthem. Yes, I agree completely. And I think that is ForNull's concern as well. That this guy, that maybe Oliver didn't even start out with a desire to object to the victimization of white people at all. It was just another like abstractionist, working class, we're getting held down that we see from country music and bluegrass all the time. Lord, I hope not. And Lord, I hope he doesn't go down the same path that they always go down. This is why country music has the smallest penises in all of music. They absolutely, all of them have the smallest penises in all of music. Now, when is a single one of them going to step out and really buck the trend? Let's pop this screen up here. We'll take a look at this video in just a moment. Samuski says, I just had to fight the IRS, so I went and learned their anti-white legal lingo. Wow, sorry to hear that, man. That's what the IRS is all about, destroying those who aren't anti-white enough. JC Denton says, I'm repairing an RV with no white guilt. God bless you, man. Thank you. Very cool. Al is with us. Hello and welcome. Oh, Al says leaves handy no wine guilt bookmarks, cards inside of Costco books. Oh, very cool, Swash. Well done. That's awesome. Thank you. Give some 07s up for Al. All right. Things are extra blurry today. I think I wore my glasses. Has anybody worn their glasses too much? And then everything is just like ruined. Franklin says he should stick nowhineguilt.org business cards in the local Best Buy. Very cool, man. Yeah. That'll wake some of those employees up. Samuski says making your victim regurgitate the position given them makes you a master over your victim. I grew up with that. I would never do that to anyone. And people need to wake up and see it. Yeah, they do. That's the problem, is that the psychological warfare owns them. And therefore, they can't resist. White girl is here. Welcome, sister. Good to see you. Essington, hello and welcome. Scott is here. Bonjour, is that French or something? Bonjour. Well, hello and welcome to you. Sherry is here. Hello and welcome, sister. Is that Ania the Chanter? Hello and welcome. Are you saying that Jeremy is devoted to getting rich? I hope that's not true. I hope that's not his only motivation. More power to him to make $1 and to make as many as he can, giving people value. But I hope that's not all there is for him. I hope he decides that he wants to play a role in service to white well-being. Northwest is here. Hello and welcome, sister. Spartan Lambda donated on Entropy. Oh, well, let me check. Let's see if it came up. Uh-oh, maybe I got to turn Entropy. We got to have an Entropy chat. And with Entropy, see why it's having an issue. Let's get it rolling again. It appears that there has been interference, but we will have it up and running in just a moment. It's running, but for some reason, any financial gift was not coming through. It visible to me. We'll see if it's yes. They have posted. They just didn't come to my attention. Whoa. No. Mrs. Jess Horse, you didn't do that twice, did you? Did you mean to do that? You didn't mean to do that twice. Oh, here's Mrs. Jess Horse saying there should be a gift on Entropy. Tell me, and I will refund one of them because it's the exact same thing came up twice. Just for Fun says, I'm playing video games with no white guilt. I'm going to assume, since it was the exact same thing, that one of them is unintended. And, well, let me look I'll look at the end of the gathering. I'll look at the back end, unless you tell me otherwise, and see if it actually came through twice or if it's just presenting it twice to me. But let's raucous emoji our asses off for Mrs. Jess Horst. Please get some crowns for this lady's head, some gems for her feet. It's a glorious thing, a glorious lady. Her service to white well-being. This lady has financially gifted 100. Save the white baby dollars. Thank you so much, Mrs. Jez Horst. There we go. Lady Anglo, great to see you coming in with a celebration for Mrs. Jez Horst, inoculating her kids with the Go Free method, our meme curatives. She is advocating for white well-being when she goes out into the world. She's sharing in live just wherever she shows up, whenever she gets time. She's living it. She's living the reclamation of our destiny. And here she is with a financial gift of 100 white well-being dollars. God bless you, Mrs. Jess Horse. And she writes here with it 3 white heart emojis, and she says, "Hail NWG and all of our champions." Thank you so much, Mrs. Jess Horse. And 3 swashbuckling flags. Let's get the ladies some swashbuckling flags if you can find them. Swords and shields or fireworks going off. Thank you, Mrs. Jess Horse. We also have over here, keep the 07s going. We hit the $20 mark for celebration from TJ, coming in with 20 white well-being dollars as well, and saying for white well-being all over the world. Indeed, TJ over here on Entropy and $20, and great Mrs. Jess Horse at 100 white well-being dollars. Thank you so much. If anybody else is financially gifted on Entropy, let me know. And on one of the other chats, tag me, and I will have a look. We'll try to look in the background and on the back side of the dashboard here and see if anything's showing up there. But thank you so much, both of you champions, and thank you all for celebrating. And there's Franklin breaking out the squirrels. You know, that's going to set some of us on edge. But God bless you, man. Thank you all. Melissa saying glasses, me. I don't know what that. Oh, yeah, you've done it too. Worn the glasses too long, and then you take them off, and everything is worse, much worse. Let's not do that. I don't know what's going on. Promethean Kitchen said, Mark said that the reason why he wanted you gone, and so he can bring on more NJP people on PWR. Yeah, I don't doubt. In fact, I know that would have played a role in firing me and getting rid of my influence on the wonderful people that are in Patriotic Alternative and fan members, audience members of the show. Because I don't know how many times, like, I know you all get it and have heard it a bunch, but the one guy, what was his name? Only the one guy that NJP ended up having like this big kind of fallout with. And he was saying that money was stolen and he wanted to know what happened to the money. And he actually owns the name as well. He was the guy that was the PE teacher at some school. I think that's what he did. He was the only, Greg, wasn't that his name? He was the only one that came on post the one Enoch interview where I asked the questions like, do you have to pretend to be a Nazi because the anti-whites will call you that? And, you know, and are you going to be taking care of the members because they're going to repeat what goes out into the world? And that if they repeat things that ruin their lives, is that something you want to have them doing? And then I also mentioned that you probably don't want to become an actual political party because then everybody who donates, their names will have to be known by the federal government. That's the law. Everything about them, social security number, their names, all will have to be known, any donations to a political party. And so it's better if you want to ensure their anonymity. After that, they set a rule that they were never going to come on. And there was also problems, I guess, even before that, because I would not condemn. That's the crux of the matter, was I would not condemn Jewish people on their birth. I only condemn anti-white people. there are anti-white Jewish people, just as there are anti-whites of every race. Those are the folks I condemn. I don't condemn somebody based on their birth. And a lot of those folks there, and certainly that whole group, they condemn them on the basis of their birth. And it's also a condemnation that if they could achieve what they would like to achieve, which is that everyone thinks these negative things about them, then there would be logically very painful consequences for them, whether they're anti-white or not. And so because I wouldn't condemn Jews based on their birth, only on whether or not they would be anti-white, these people started complaining to Mark, and it came from various quarters, including those people. So, I mean, that tells you, like, that's what the debate, that's what the anger, that's what it was all over. And I shared many times because, I mean, I even asked, I haven't shared all of it. I mean, for months prior to that, many months prior to that, the people at the NJP got very upset with me because I wouldn't do this, as I just said. And I got concerned that it was going to adversely affect Laura and Sam, because they were doing business. As soon as they started doing business with them, I was like, they're trying to pay for their family. And I reached out to Laura and Sam, and I was like, look, I'll leave the show if my participation in the show is going to cause you all to have economic problems. I want your family to be good. And I'd said the same thing to Mark a long time before my participation ended on the show. I told Mark, I said, you got a wife or significant other, and you got a little girl. And if this is going to undermine your financial stability, I'll leave. And this came up more than, I still have the emails I wrote. Obviously, I still have them, but I mean, I have the Word documents where I wrote them out. This came up at least twice. And in both cases, Mark essentially intervened on behalf of Laura and Sam and himself and said, no, he'll smooth it out. He'll make it okay. And I said, all right, well, but just let me know, because I don't want to be this burden, economic burden on you and your family and Sam and Laura, their family. And it was chugging along as it was. I mean, there was like a status quo. It was just like going to work this way until Kanye West decided he was going to start belly aching about all Jewish people. And then they went crazy. They were like, we're going to achieve it now. We got a black nationalist that has sex with white women to be our leader, and we're suddenly going to achieve this objective. And it played out exactly as I said. Go figure. And now he's capitulating exactly as I said. Anyhow, so I haven't shared all the bits because why? I mean, but since there's so much demonization of me with regard to that, I feel like it's legit for me to speak up and say, hey, in reality, behind the scenes, I reached out to these people and said, I don't want you to be harmed economically because they're so upset with me and my refusal to condemn all Jews on the basis of their birth. And also when they started slandering me in this community and having their sort of sycophants out there do the same out on the internet, do the same, I began pushing back against them. If you all remember how that played out, they didn't like that either. So I don't doubt Promethean Kitchen that he wanted to bring on more NJP people. Only Greg, I think his name is, was willing to come on. I guess maybe he's the only one there who has balls. I don't know. Is he still there? Franklin says there were a few submissions from the UK using the term anti-whiteism and the no white guilt URL. I don't know if they even watch these streams, though. Well, I mean, if individuals participated and they spread white well-being that way, then awesome. Yeah, I salute you. But we, like, I did not say, as a community, let's participate and do this like we did last year. Oh, okay. So it wasn't Ivan saying anti-white slurs. Gotcha. Just for fun says, I brought this up with Mr. Griffin is a member of, and the answer we didn't think going free was, I brought this up in a chat with Mr. Griffin, Mark Griffin, and then is a member of, and the answer was he didn't think going free was useful. I disagree. I think it's very effective. The chat was on pro something, ran out of space. Well, whether or not going free is useful is not up for debate. The debate is long. Actually, the debate was gone even before I became a content creator on the internet, because I was advocating white well-being, and there were proofs of the successes. Many proofs, just like we have people come forward now and they talk about, well, I got a job, I got a promotion, I saved my marriage, I saved my relationship with my parents, I saved my sister from being anti-white, I saved, etc. There was that before I was on the internet. Not as much, because that was all like in person, and then I would have to see the people again. And but they were in meetings where the people would share, I did what Jason said, and this is exactly what happened. Exactly like he said. So it's demonstrable. So whether or not Griffin thinks it's useful is immaterial. He's making a living, and I don't know exactly like what his tact is. If he is not going to be white negative, and he's trying to put an end to the victimization of white people, awesome. Then do his thing. He could do him. If he's white negative, then nah, I'm not happy with that, because that's not gonna end the victimization of white people in any way, shape, or form. But whether or not he is a value, I mean, kind of honestly, like he's making money off his approach and to our victimization. He's not likely to say, he could be like even keel, but he would not be likely to say, oh yeah, the Go Free thing, have you seen how much success they have? He could have been like more even keel, right? He could have been like, well, I took a look at it and it has some very intriguing aspects, and I'm happy with the successes they're having, or whatever. You know what I mean? That would not automatically lose him his financial support. But and I don't know exactly what he's doing. I know Mark made fun of him for selling swords or something like this. I don't know if even that's true. But anyhow, as long as he's not being white negative and endeavoring to put an end to our victimization in a way that, comports with my morality, which I demonstrate here on a regular basis, then that's fantastic. More power to him. But we don't have any need to like argue or rationalize this out. We have so many successes. I've got two families that have named children after me because of the successes. I'm not a rock star. I'm not related to them. Not a movie star. I'm not dead. I mean, that's like total testimonial to success. We got all kind of folks. We have people in labor delivery, if you remember, watching Going Free. They're so dedicated. So we got all kind of successes. There's no debate anymore. Escape is here. Great to see you, brother. Private Life, hello. I see. Ivan pointing out, Ivan the Horrible was saying that the quartering was using anti-white slurs, and Ivan the Horrible was pointing it out. Thank you, brother. Fit and Healthy at Any Age says, people come back with the melting pot MP. So frustrating. Well, the you can use the reality that the idea of a melting pot was created by a rabid anti-white. It didn't have anything to do with the founding of the West, nor does it have anything to do with the creation of Western civilization throughout history. The white people go to land masses and in various ways, and we create what is inside of us in the outside world, because we want that to be reflected back at us. We do not and have never articulated the idea that we're creating something to white erase ourselves. And so the individual who created this idea of a melting pot was a vicious little anti-white. And so make sure you point that out. There is no West where everything is melted away, where all that is us is melted away. Herman says, hope your will, no white guilt. Thank you. JK160, hello to you. He's in the live chat. All right. Okay. Oops. We didn't mean to do that. And let's take a look at, and we're going to read this story. Actually, we'll just go ahead and start with this, and then we'll get quickly back to the other financial gifts that are coming in. Let's see what they're saying. So you saw that O'Keefe revealed what was happening at Best Buy with regard to race. Now this is race and religion.
I'm James O'Keefe with OMG, standing outside Best Buy this week on August 8th. O'Keefe Media Group OMG released a story featuring a whistleblower from inside Best Buy that released screenshots of a training program, a management training program with McKinsey & Company, where it explicitly excludes white applicants. The program's racial requirements have led to accusations of racial discrimination, a firestorm online.
Should be accusations of anti-whiteism. You're not going to get anywhere with accusations of racial discrimination, because in the anti-white narrative, that is the victimization of non-white people, not white people. The moment you say, oh, it's of white people, people immediately, it's like some discordance, like they hear a gong somewhere. They're like, no, that doesn't make sense.
And the CEO of Best Buy, Corey Berry, has now made her Twitter.
Look at this anti-white villainous turd. She's the CEO. Corey Berry. Look at the CEO anti-white bitch. Wife, mom, whatever. She's not a wife or mother if she's a CEO of Best Buy. Give me a break. Every one of these women, for all of the comments, all of the years, all the stereotypes about guys who are executives and having a girlfriend on the side, that's nothing compared to the reality that comes out about females in charge. They're like whores on steroids. They're banging everything in town. I don't get a guy that would be married to something like that anyhow.
Account private. Now, a second whistleblower has come forward exclusively to OMG with audio recordings of his manager, Mike Hirsch, at a Best Buy in Jacksonville, Florida, stating that LGBTQ flags were appropriate in the Geek Squad office, but Christian crosses were not.
Now, why are this community is the advanced class? Why aren't Christian crosses welcome in Best Buy? Is it because Christianity is the target? Or is it because Western kind is the target? It's because Western kind is the target. Christianity is a religion that is practiced by a great many white people that affords the opportunity of strong white families. And strong white families are harder to conquer than single mother led by a bitch single mother who is either the CEO of Best Buy and gone all the time or living off of welfare or what have you. Those are easy white families to destroy. Strong white families are harder to destroy. And Christianity, although uniformly across like the authority of each particular sect of Christianity, you have a consensus on an anti-white interpretation. Christianity could still afford white families here or white families there the opportunity to interpret the Bible as they see fit. Now, an anti-white thinking that does not mean that a white family or community is going to be able to pick up Christianity and defeat anti-whiteism in their world. Absolutely not. You're not going to defeat the psychological warfare known as anti-whiteism with Christianity, with atheism, with anything else, because it's already defeated these things. You need the tool that undermines that psychological warfare. That tool is the Go Free practice. So you could use it in conjunction. So as you can see there, anti-whites, though, can look from the outside in and say, we don't want there to even be the possibility of white people creating healthy lives, healthy families, and healthy children. So that's why Christianity gets attacked. If Christianity were not white, they would force it in your face. It would be in every white person's face if Christianity was not white. Why are this anti-white, or what seems to be the flag of anti-whiteism now, although I don't know, check with them to see if it's the case, my opinion. But why is that pushed? Is it for the feelings and the inclusion and all of this, these pretexts that they give, that anti-whites give? No. It is for the purpose of white erasure. It destroys the norms of what relationships are expected to be, what men and women are expected to be, how they are supposed to interact, what that expectation is. All of that comes from those expectations from us. It comes from inside of us. And then we put it into the world around us. And so that's part of the white erasure. Those flags, in my opinion, is not for the benefit, just like these jobs that they're excluding white people are not for the benefit of non-whites. They're just collateral beneficiaries. If you are non-white, or if you claim to be a victim class, which is one of these like celebrated classes, like privileged groups in Western civilization, if you claim to be this, then you can be a collateral beneficiary. So the white race is getting harmed. It's the people who are targeted for harm. And then you have the benefits of that harm inflicted on us have to go somewhere. And it's essentially like a paying off of the mercenary troops. You hire mercenary troops, a ruler hires mercenary troops. What is going to be their payoff? Is it going to be for home and hearth? No. They might not even be from your country. Their payoff is going to be the sex that they get by way of rape of the people that they are invading, the looting that they can do while they're there, the actual money or gold that you're going to give them directly for their service. That's the same thing that's happening here, in my opinion. And as you know, my opinion is the best opinion.
This has led to further allegations of religious discrimination.
If we're doing all that gay pride flags and all that transgender stuff, like, why don't we have Christian stuff all over?
They're not the same.
How is that not the same?
You can 1,000%.
So the manager here, Michael, is actually right that they're not the same. They're fundamentally different things, because they are inside the anti-white narrative. And this guy who took this audio, if you were to ask him, okay, but what does society think? Does society think that they're the same thing? He would say, no, society doesn't, if he's being honest. Franklin says here that I was referencing Greg Conte. Yes, you're right. That's the guy. Somebody called Knoxville says he's trying to understand, not troll. Tag me with your questions. As no white guilt. Northwest says majority of white conservative program used the Buddy Brown playbook. They commented about their friend Darius Tyrone, Jamal, Lamar. Yeah, exactly. Pathetic. I got a friend. You're just going to have to ask Jamar. Darius, he agrees with me. Shut up, bitch.
Choose religion.
So,
It's not a belief,
listen.
though. That's almost that's a cultural.
So it's a religion, right, versus what, a victim group? I mean, they can go so many ways with that. It's amorphous to become anything they want it to become to victimize Western kind.
Yeah, but me as a cultural entity having beliefs that I have, so why can't I put my stuff all over the wall?
You are choosing to believe in Christianity or Muslim.
So do you see the how a midwit manager at Best Buy, when put on a thought chain or thought branch, can come to powerful arguments? It's beautiful how the psychological war in how evil it is, but it's beautiful in how we undermine anti-whiteism, their psychological warfare in reverse. You see, Michael here is able to say, because you choose to be Christian or Muslim or whatever, these people don't choose. You see, I mean, Michael would not have been able to come to that argument unless he had been put on a very specific thought chain that limited his outcomes that he could think about.
Or whatever you choose. That.
Someone is choosing to be gay or lesbian. Hey,
so he says, now you get to a factual dispute, which the anti-white is going to win. This is why I don't say, or this is why I say, never fight with him over the facts or data or anything like that. And why are they going to win? It's not the objective reality of the world. It's the facts and data as recorded, as interpreted through the lens of anti-white fiction, known as the anti-white narrative.
They're choosing that.
Enes Sujak, a Serbian immigrant and Best Buy employee in Jacksonville, Florida, recorded the conversation with his manager, Mike Hirsch.
This is the exact kind of a guy that they'll break out. Conservative types will break out and say, how can he be responsible for slavery? You wokies just don't understand. I mean, how long do we have to listen to this sort of brain dead, obesitarian bullshit from these people? Shut up, and we have to grow. They just need to shut up, and we have to grow.
I spoke with Enes about his situation. He's decided to go public. Very brave, very courageous individual. Here's some of that interaction.
That is our manager. His name is Mike Hirsch.
I'm going to be calling White Student Transmission for his swash through within the next 10 minutes.
He and I had a very long conversation. It was like an hour and 30 minutes of he and I just going back and forth with him, telling me that it was work appropriate to have all this LGBTQ stuff that's going on in the office and everywhere else, but it's not okay for me to, be a Christian myself and have a Bible.
Now, we'll stop this here. I'm going to look at your comments and I'm going to look at your super chats or financial gifts, rather, and then we'll get on to the great White Student Transmission. But this guy could have said all of this stuff is anti-white. All of this stuff is white erasing the norms of my people, Western kind, what we believe marriage is, what we believe a normal behavior for a male or female is. And then he could have stuck his crucifix or whatever on the wall. And he could say, not talk about how Christianity should be allowed to be there if LGBTQ, etc., is allowed to be there. Put his Christianity on the wall. This is my faith. All of that's anti-white. He's made the argument now. The case now is debated about how is this anti-white or not. Now he's offended. Now he's aggrieved against. Now he's harmed by this. A completely different conversation. I would not think that would be what maybe he would do. I wouldn't bother putting up even when I was attending church and everything, I would just go after this as all of it as anti-white. And I would make a big case out of that. And that's how it should be approached. This is the white erasure of my norms, of my people, of my customs. Please, God, make this argument instead. And then credit us, because people will have to come back, and as the anti-whites change and morph and shift, you'll have to keep coming to the source to keep getting the way to undermine, circumvent, defeat anti-whiteism. We'll take a look at the financial gifts over here on Entropy, which have shown up. We have Spartan Lambda says $3 financial gift. Thank you so much. And says NWG on that financial gift. Looks like that one came up twice as well. Did you mean to do that, or is it just showing me twice? Tag me as No White Guilt in the live chat. We also have Matt over here, financially gifting $5. Lambda, I should say. Matt over here, $5 financial gift. He says, following Mark Call at PWR was disabling me from going, oh, I see, preventing him from going 100% free. Made a huge mistake following that guy, writes Matt. So he says, continuing to follow Mark Collett on PWR prevented him from totally going free of the anti-white narrative. And then he says, made a huge mistake following that guy. Well, yeah, when you stay inside the anti-white narrative, and when people talk about things from inside the anti-white narrative, and when it's always the endless blaming of the entire Jewish people, it's going to make it difficult to see the world for what it really is and how to make a difference in your life, a positive change in your life. Thank you for pointing that out, because I'm sure there were others who had the exact same experience. Crowns and 0007s, gems, make the roadway out of gems for Dude Bro Moment, ladies and gentlemen. Financially gifting 50. White well-being, save the white babies, shut down the anti-white dollars. 50, DB50 showing up again. God bless you, champ. 50 white well-being dollars over here on Entropy. It is always a pleasure to see DB50 show up at the party. There he is, ladies and gentlemen, rocking it once again with a $50 financial gift. And with it, for white well-being. You see, this is the big difference, and this is where you really get held back by staying within the anti-white narrative, is that the anti-whites, and this is what I figured out in junior high school, 11 to 13 years of age, was that the anti-whites had made in their anti-white narrative the case and made it our existence that the well-being of white people necessarily equated to the harming of non-white people. And as an 11, 12, and 13-year-old, I thought, oh my God, that is the purest and most terrifying evil I had ever known, and that I would ever know. Because if our health is their victimization, then we're never going to be enabled. We're never going to have the tools for our health. We're going to be undermined by our own people. We're going to be undermined by those outside of our people. Because here's the belief. For you to be well, they have to be harmed. And then I realized 11, 12, and 13 years of age, folks, the much more, even more terrifying thing than that. The 4D chess move that was more terrifying. And that is that if our well-being is immoral, that moral is our ill-being. And that's the reality of the world we live in. And so when I encountered people who actually are going to play that antagonist, be the antagonist in the anti-white narrative, and say, oh yeah, the only way we as white people are going to get better, they say, is if some other group or groups get harmed. And that's what I've been battling against. No one has to be harmed for our victimization to end. Indeed, non-white people, even anti-white people, they're going to have rights secured if we end our victimization. But if people go around continuing to say and believe and articulate that some non-white group has to be victimized, which will include their babies, which will include their innocent people, which will include, and the white race is not going to participate. It's a non-starter. That's what David Duke represents, a non-starter. That's why it hasn't gone anywhere. You are not going to victimize. I mean, if anything, you're going to get the most fanatical blowback from folks who believe that innocent non-white people and their babies are going to be harmed for you to have well-being. That's the absolute evil that is in the anti-white narrative. Why would you comport with that? Why would you say, oh yeah, that's true. That's true. All these non-white people have to be hurt. Are you kidding? Why is everybody so fucking stupid? Once again, I mean, if I had, the talents of a ForNull, if I had the talents of an Oliver, and I could put it into music that really touches the heartstrings, give millions to hear, and there'd be nothing that these fools could say. That's my curse, unfortunately. All right, take a look at that D Live. I don't think I missed anything. Okay. Unless I'm missing something, I don't see. And looks like we're okay. Didn't miss anybody on Odyssey. Swivel back around here. Yeah, Elaine Sabatino pointing out, Kanye West, yay, capitulates, and all of a sudden, the yay tards have disappeared. All those little comments from them in the live, in the live chat and the threads, you're not doing anything. He's doing something. He's waking up the world. He's going all the way. You'll just be forgotten. Okay, so I see a comment by Knoxville, and he's factually wrong. He says he doesn't believe there's any racial discrimination against white people. That's why it's saying white people in this very show. I mean, how long do you want to be in a state of denial? Seriously, if you want to be intellectually honest, this is everywhere. Every quarter, business quarter, for every international company and many national companies, they say we are increasing we have these diversity goals, and then at the end they say we achieve these diversity goals. And the diversity is always fewer white people. We know diversity means no white people. Just like we showed you in this from Best Buy. They're referring to diversity. They mean no white people. So why are you wanting to be intellectually dishonest? It's not harmful to point out that white people are being targeted and victimized. Tell me how that's harmful. Explain how that's harmful. Would you say the same thing if Jews were being targeted? Would you say if it said on there that no Jews can apply? Of course not, because it sounds like you're a conservative and you would immediately want to rally to the defense of Jews. If it said no blacks could apply, you would not say, well, let's not point out that they're discriminating specifically against black people. You're only doing this for white people, which proves that you're anti-white. So you really need to, if you're honestly trying to understand this, you really need to do some introspection here. It doesn't matter look at the conservative movement over generations of loss, where you're refusing to talk about the victimization of white people on the basis of our birth, on the basis of our race, and instead trying to defend the abstractions. And you're defending the abstractions, while you're being punched in the race. Has that worked? No. you having some ailment, you being crippled and unable to see race, doesn't prevent anti-whites from attacking you on the basis of race. So man up. He said here, I don't believe the system discriminates on a base. I don't believe the system, everyone the same. It's doesn't believe that it discriminates on everyone the same. It's based on economic status. Bringing any other factor into it does nothing but further divide us. This is the cuck argument of they want to separate us, and this is the same cuck argument, Knoxville, that has been in place for generations. How many generations do you have to see it lose? How many generations do you have to see it get worse in the West? I'm just wondering, because it's an IQ test for you. I'm being blunt because the time is running out. How many generations does it have to fail? People naturally divide themselves on the basis of instinct, of biospirit, reflected in most obviously in racial features and including skin tone. There's nothing wrong with that. If you want a different outcome, you need a different species. If you want to complain about nature, your problem is with a creator or evolution. It's not with me. But there's not a they that's working. You know how much easier it would be to divide white people from non-white people? If the establishment said to us, white people from the establishment, the universities, the media, if they said, look at how violent this group is, you shouldn't associate with them, that sure as shit would divide white people from non-white people. I promise you. If central authorities, if they wanted to divide us, it would be very easy. This is not a strategy to divide people. This is a strategy to victimize Western kind, to victimize white people. I mean, for sake, have you not thought about this at all? Maybe you're drunk tonight. Maybe you're always drunk. Maybe your mother was drunk while she was pregnant with you. I don't know. But if they wanted to divide white people from non-white people, from these other races of people, it would be very easy, and they're not making any effort to do that. Are they? For fuck's sake. This is the curse of having to, in the West today, with this democracy where everybody thinks that their opinion is worth everybody else's. Same thing. Then they show up, they listen to intelligent conversation. I already addressed the things that he's saying. And then he actually comes back and says, oh, well, they just want to divide us. Seriously? Were you not able to comprehend? All right, let's bring on White Student Transmission. We'll get to the rest of these. I'm going to give him a call right now over there on Skype. We got him for 5 to 10 minutes. He's going to talk about a very specific part of his book, Equal Training, which I have a copy of right here. It's a great little book. You're going to want to check it out. He's going to introduce that to you himself as well, and where you can contact him. So let's make that call right now to the good sir. Here we go.
Dominoes.
What's going on, brother? It's great to talk to you. Promethean Hails, and tell us about yourself in this book.
Awesome, man. Well, first, let me start off and just say it is an honor to speak with you finally. I've been listening for years, and this is the first time I think I'm about to call in. So, long-time listener, first-time caller.
All right, man. I appreciate it. I feel the same way.
Yeah. Hail to the broader community. Wide positive hails to everyone. So, cool. As far as the book, where did you want to start? I mean, the purpose, the strategy.
Will, you had mentioned about this connection where you talked about reparations and what's going on to our people in the once great state of South Africa. But I mean, I guess
you could start off with like just like the general and then speak directly to that.
Okay, cool. So let me give you guys a little bit of a background on the book first. You can kind of understand like the thought process and where it's coming from. Because I actually worked on this for a few years on nights and weekends, just little bits at a time, while balancing, life. But the book is not only the material that's in it; it's actually the structure of it and the way it's intended to perform once it's released to the public. Okay, so I wrote this based on personal experience. I had a working professional go to night classes in Southern California, which you can imagine was a very interesting experience. I navigated that whole system myself. And over the course of doing that, determined that this is actually being done intentionally. There's people on the payroll of the schools who are following an agenda to avoid answering questions, to not be helpful, to not enforce laws or anything like that, right? So I thought, man, like one regular guy, very, very small percentage of the demographic where I'm at, like what could I possibly do? How could I possibly counter something? And this is before I found our community. This was me just like all alone. I hadn't even really made like a social media account or anything. I didn't want an online footprint, anything like that, So I was like, you know what? Okay, if it's just me, what's my best shot to chip away at this, right? So I figured, what if I analyze the material and stuff that's being circulated and used, and what if I give a name to these tactics? What if I make these publicly visible for average citizens to see and show them this is how you're getting strung around or baited into conflict. This is why some of you are winding up in jail more than others, so on. And by taking that angle, I would be presenting myself as somebody who's being helpful, pointing out that this instigator, the other person reading that anti-white scripting is really just an instigator, and that's who you should be mad at, not regular people like me, because all of us are just kind of reacting to it and stuff. So that's the kind of the strategy as far as the design of that book. There's actually a lot more of my work that hasn't really been seen or released or whatever, but this is the culmination of, if I said, okay, let me pick, the top, the most common tactics, the ones that'll be the most visible, let me make that 101 course, the intro to this. And that's what this book is. So in this book, I put the first 3 chapters are dedicated to the anti-white material and the tactics that I see used to build it. I think that provides support to a lot of the work that you do as well. And again, this is using different terminology and stuff because a lot of this is stuff I had sketched out on my own prior to discovering this community. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But of these concepts, one of them, which I felt would resonate with people, is the concept of what I called cropped narratives. And everyone knows that when they take a photo on their phone, if you go into edit it, you have a little crop button. You can kind of cut some stuff out or make it appear a little different or whatever. And I said, okay, I want a term that's going to make the manipulation visible. I want to make this less about the subject, whether it be slavery or lynchings or whatever else. And I want it to be about the tactic that's being used, right? Mm-hmm. So cropped narratives is one of the main tactics that we see being used right now. So as an example, standard lesson plans in all public schools nationwide, those lesson plans cropped out non-white slave owners and non-black slaves. And it was that collection of cropped narratives that was bound together. And that's what was used repeatedly over and over again for many, many years in our education system. And what that did without disclosure to anyone that they were doing it was it kind of put that whole population under the impression that, only black people were slaves and only white people were slave owners, right? So when we see today the arguments based on reparations or things like that, those reparation arguments are all based on cropped narratives, They're not based on all the other stuff that was cut out. So, and I think simply now, if you were to argue and say, oh, well, this population owns slaves and that population owns slaves and whatever, that's going to backfire on us, because we're putting other populations into the same boat that the anti-whites put us in. And the other populations won't appreciate that. And the other populations will have to tribe up and defend themselves, right?
Right.
So when we go back and we say, okay, a different way to approach this is saying, hey, why are you using cropped narratives? Why aren't you using complete ones? What's the educational value to cropped narratives as opposed to using complete narratives? You're supposed to be focusing on the subject, right? If the subject is slavery in America, that's going to include things like the Barbary Wars. It's going to include all that ugly stuff that, you know, that you're trying to cut out and edit out.
Right. Powerful way to approach it. And the book, folks, does put it in a way that you can understand and organize that way. And then you can take it into your world. You can see how it applies to you in your world, particularly if you are a student. And you will find some different terms in there, as the White Student Transmission points out. But you'll be able to get how it works with what we, or can work with what we do here. Brother, what did you want to say about, you've made the connection there, you've made the linkage. Was there to the slavery, to the reparations claims today, and to what's going on in South Africa today that I can see? But is there something you wanted to say before you tell everybody where they can find you and where they can buy the book, to make it a little bit clearer for them how then what you're talking about in the book is going to maybe help them to understand what's taking place with the slavery narrative in the U.S. and reparations, as well as what's happening in our once great country of South Africa?
Well, okay. So this goes really, really deep, man. I'll be honest with you. Just to clarify, I am a working professional now. I stopped going to night classes for a number of reasons. One, I wasn't really learning anything of value from those people. I actually schooled them a few times. But also I just wound up, I've worked since I was 16 in a day. I just worked my way up, and I've wound up being an analyst, I guess is what I wound up being when I grew up. So I am paid to locate patterns, to give name to them and whatever. Right. And as just to kind of characterize this book, if my boss were to fill a wheelbarrow full of academic material or media articles or whatever and dump it on my desk and say, hey, figure out what they're doing to throw the population into a frenzy and cause all kinds of violence, this book would be my findings report that I hand back to my boss, and I would be prepared to speak to in front of management. Okay, that's what this book would be. Now, I had to put things, obviously, we have to be very careful with the way we word things, right? Had to use very plain, very simple language, which was very difficult. I wound up going through 3 editors, but it was important to me not to use lofty terms, not to use other terms that will wind up in us arguing over what the true definition is while the clock gets run out. It's really about just carving a whole new path, right, and bypassing as much of that crap as you can. But I will tell you something. With the crop narratives, a lot of the way we see them built and delivered is through our media platforms, right? So it's let me see. I took a note here. Yeah. So remember the Trayvon Martin thing? That was one. Right? For the whole week, 2 weeks, they were like, oh, the shooter is a white guy. And it just got broadcast on repeat over and over again. Then Obama steps out on stage and makes a statement that lends credibility to that cropped narrative, right? And when the president lends credibility to what the media created, it threw the population into an even worse frenzy. As far as the slavery narratives, I've seen credibility lended to those crop slavery narratives by President Bush when he stood in that stupid doorway of no return, right? And recently, Prince Philip took out to a balcony about African slavery and reparations and whatever, and he lended credit to a crop narrative. The king, I think it was in the Netherlands, I have it saved, a video clip, he recently did the same thing, right? Now, I also have a video saved of an African king that came here to America last year to apologize for their role in the trapping and selling of Black people as slaves to the whole world. But that was ignored, right? That was ignored by our presidents. That was ignored by Prince Philip. That was ignored by the king, I believe, of the Netherlands. I'd have to confirm that. And when I see these things line up, I'm like, hey, high level, sensitive subjects, these things don't just fit together seamlessly on their own. That takes coordination, you know? And so that's what I look at. So that's what we're up against in my eyes, right? So when I wrote this book, I wrote this to use leverage, to use ultimatums, to use things that we have in our power, because the laws are stacked against us, right? So I figured, okay, exposure, that's one thing that we want to use, right? You guys heard the saying, sunlight is the best disinfectant. I'm going to go that route. If I float this out there, if enough people see this concept on crop narratives and see how it's used to manipulate the general population, the next time one of those presidents or kings or whoever goes on a public stage and tries to recite that script thing that gives credibility to that narrative, it's going to backfire on them. They're going to look really bad. And people like you and me in our community, we're not the bad guys. We're just showing everyone what's being done. You know what I mean?
Right.
And if you're unhappy about having a higher number of people in jail, well, think about, okay, are these anti-whites going into your cultural-based class, presenting themselves as your air quote ally, and then reading anti-white scripting to you, which turns you into their little foot soldier to go out and do stuff that's going to get you in trouble or worse, right?
Yeah.
That's probably why there's more of you in jail. That person's not your ally, okay?
Exactly.
That's what's most important. And I think this is really, really important that we touch on, because I know that it came up a number of times, is the whole name them debate. So an example I would give is, imagine if you're in a classroom mixed with all sorts of populations, right? And the teacher says something like, white people own slaves, and that's all they say, right? It's a very attorney-like statement. If I were to say, well, so did Arabs, so did Hispanics, so did Jews, so did whoever, anyone in the audience is now going to turn against me, because they have to. They have to tribe up. They have to start protecting themselves from what I said, right? But to look at option B, if I say, hey, publicly shaming white people for things that are not unique to white people are anti-white. Why are you doing that? What's your real purpose with this lesson plan?
Precisely.
Right? I can use the word anti-white. I don't implicate anyone else in the audience.
Yep.
Some of those students would not feel emboldened to act out, or, however that may wind up or whatever. And I don't get in legal trouble because I said the name of somebody.
Exactly.
There's a lot of booby traps that are set.
Yeah.
There's hate speech. There's all kinds of laws that do not offer any protection to the host population. They're specifically to be used as a weapon against us.
Yeah.
So a lot of people are, getting baited with these statements and these revisions and these, having charges levied against their entire population and stuff, and they're not being trained to respond in a way that they're not going to get in trouble. It's kind of like entrapment. Like, it's only a matter of time.
It's
right?
only a matter of time.
So
that, my friend, is a very powerful point to end on, at least for today. Now that you are able to call in, we'll welcome you to call in anytime you like. Before we let you go, though, for today, tell folks where they can get Equal Training. And where they can
Equal Training is on Amazon. I uploaded it to Draft to Digital. So the ebook would be available wherever Draft to Digital makes that available. I personally have some copies for anyone in our community. If you want it, but you can't afford it, reach out to me. I'm on Twitter @WhiteStudentT. But my goal is to get this out and to begin the process of exposing these little script readers before they know it. And that way everyone's going to be there watching them, literally checking things off, going over this book, and let's let them dig their own hole.
Amen to that, brother. Thank you for calling, and thank you for writing that book. Promethean hails to you.
Thank you. Hails, guys.
Bye-bye. And we'll be right back after this little ditty from RC, the Realist.
Keep using your voice, don't ever back down. You're a breath of fresh air and what we need now. And when it comes to what a woman needs to be, look up in the mirror and you will see the epitome. I admire how you dress it up so modest. But beat the end, man, I will always keep it honest. You know it is always and forever that I'll love you. I am just amazed at how I ended up with such a white pill. Oh my lady, let me take it. Woman, to the countryside and make it white pill. Feel how a woman should. White pill, woman. It's in our nature, green is good. White pill. Oh my lady, let me take it. Woman, to the countryside and make it white pill. Feel how a woman should. White pill, woman. It's in our nature, green is good. White pill. You are my woman. White pill. White pill. You are my white pill, woman. We can make the West believe in love again. Cause I know a couple brothers in the struggle and she said takes a man like me to pick her up and get it in. So I had to introduce her to all my Prometheans. White pill woman, yeah, she brings a lot of hope. Wherever I will hold her, got a shoulder for the coat. No matter what they try to take away from me in life, I'll be on the run from all the guns, lay next to her at night. She's a white pill. Oh my lady, let me take it. Woman, to the countryside and make it white pill. Feel how a woman should. White pill, woman. It's in our nature, green is good. White pill. Oh my lady, let me take it. Woman, to the countryside and make it white pill. Feel how a woman should. White pill, woman. It's in our nature, green is good. Let me take it, woman, to the countryside and make it white pill. Feel how a woman should. White pill, woman. It's in our nature, green is good. White pill. Oh my lady, let me take it, woman, to the countryside and make it white pill. Feel how a woman should. White pill, woman. It's in our nature, green is good. White pill.
RC the Realist channel. Check him out, RC the Realist. That's his music. It's fantastic. Brand new piece by one of our best. And I want to say really quickly, we'll get into, I'll read your financial gifts and comments as we run out of time here. Today, we do have WordConqueror, who is up for the call. And that was White Student Transmission. That was excellent, wasn't it? We hope he'll call in more often. And check out his book. I do want to say, kind of slow it down for a moment. And if we could get out our prayers and positive energy, we have Anders and his mother. Please send your deepest love and positive energy. His mother has been diagnosed with cancer, and she's in a very, very bad way. So please send your deep love and affection and prayers for Anders and his mother. And I thank you, Biospirit, for bringing this to my attention. Also, I want you to keep in mind at the same time, RC, the Realist, who was the musician who wrote this White-Pilled Woman, I think it's called. Wonderful new piece from him. And it seems like every time he makes another song, he gets visibly better. It's just fantastic. He and his wife had a friend. They had a friend. So keep them in your thoughts as well. This woman, she was a white woman who had been anti-white and gotten herself a non-white mate. And they introduced her to white well-being. She saw the intro that I give, and this touched her deeply. And she began using the lexicon right away, showing this real interest, this real desire. And her mate ended up dead, and she was physically attacked by anti-whites even at the funeral. And then she herself either intentionally or accidentally ended her life. This was a friend of RC and his wife, so let's please keep them in your thoughts. So this was a woman who was, this is how anti-whiteism destroys lives. And if we had only gotten to her earlier in her life, if you think back to what I was saying earlier in the gathering today, if 10 years ago, 20 years ago, people in the white sympathetic sphere weren't preventing me from speaking publicly and trying to stymie me in the work we were doing, where would that woman be today? That's a life. And there are many others out there you'll never know of. So keep that in mind. Thank you all for that. On a lighter note, Dr. Swain's new book is now available on Amazon. I'll have to share the link maybe in a tweet for pre-order. And so she reached out to me and let me know that her new book is ready. It's a wonderful thing. The Adversity of Diversity. And we'll be checking that out. We'll see, maybe we can get her back on the show and see what she has to say about the new book. We're running out of time, and there are a couple things I wanted to go over. We'll have to save maybe for a roll-in. I want to show that new page on the website. I want to talk more about this the game, Dinosaurs game, Westman. Maybe even mentioning a working dinner I went to with an older gentleman in the white sympathetic sphere. Wonderful, wonderful time. And of course, crediting ForNull with the work on the website, his tremendous work that he's doing, and a few other things to share. We'll have to get to that next time because we've had such a glorious time together today. Let me check out before we make the call to WordConqueror. We have Owning Anti-White Goblin says, Kanye is technically waking up the world. He's waking them up to how pointless and harmful it is to push the J and the letter Q. Yes, exactly. You're not proving it. One of these imbeciles said, if you get a big and violent reaction from people, then you know you're on the right path. No. If Eskimos had power and wealth, and a big enough percentage of them saw their individual well-being by way of their group's well-being, and you slandered their group, they would destroy you. That doesn't mean that they control the world. That doesn't mean you can't conclude that they control the world as a consequence of that. That doesn't mean that that they are the source of anti-whiteism. It means that a percentage of them view their individual well-being by way of their group well-being, which we wish we did the same thing. Be so nice to have white people get slandered, and then all these slews of billionaire and centimillionaire white people just descend and destroy the person that said it. Freedom Advocate says abolish the IRS. And he's saying to Franklin, put as many no white guilt cards in Best Buy as you can. Elaine says, yeetards unite. Yes. I wish we had better alternatives than Best Buy, says Promethean Kitchen, but there aren't the whole lot of tech stores. I know there aren't. It's so true. There are very few to compete. There's Southern Bloom. How are you doing, sister? There's the great Biospirit of the West. Is there your leader, folks? And the outreach team, Team White Wellbeing. And we have Freedom Advocate says I should consider inviting James on. Which James are you talking about, brother? Jay Bishop says people today have attention spans of houseflies. I know they do. Houseflies have it up on them for sure. Let's get out our Raucous emojis. We're going to be celebrating for 2 champions financially gifting here. Get out the Raucous emojis, the 07s, 007s, 0007s, 007. Some crowns and some gems for the feet. We're almost 12 minutes past our last hour that we are together, and we are now actually $55 financial gift from Ace and $50 financial gift from Dr. I. 2 champions have entered the building in service to white well-being, and they have decided they're going to make it known. They're going to make it known how service to white well-being, using the tools that we have here with the Go Free method, these concepts, very easy to pick up and use, that they revolutionarily change your thought process. They change out the lens that you see the world, that you look at yourself with, that you watch this internal dialogue with, that you communicate with to friends, family, and strangers, so that you can be the moral actor in our story where they have to come and meet us because they have to propagandize us. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up, please. All of that, dinosaurs and more, 95s. We need to break out some 95s. 9 words, 5 key concepts for Ace and Dr. I. Ace says, with those $55 for Western kind. Thank you very much for the use of Western kind. God bless you for that. And Dr. I saying with his $50, he says, honor, for the honor of no white guilt clips and white well-being. Very Slotzian thing of you to do, my friend, Dr. I. He says, God bless you, Jason. Wow, very Slotzian thing to do, honoring no white guilt clips and all of his sacrifices with this financial gift. God bless you, champion. And there's Slots himself showing up. $5 financial gift from Slots. We have Slotzian things going on, and Slots himself shows up. It's almost like it's magic, and it is, folks. $5 from the great Slots. He says, cheers, brother. Well, a big cheers and salute to you, my dear brother. We're changing the world, folks. I don't think I've missed anybody from over here. We're changing the world, and you see it from day to day, from hour to hour. You see it in your own life. You see it in the lives of those around you. You see it in the community. You see the concepts that we are using out in the world changing, percolating, because we are pushing them. We are making them happen, and we'll continue to make them happen. And you see those who are getting in the way of that. And you can see by RC and his wife and this woman how we ended up late there. She was newly adopting white well-being, and it was too late for her. Unfortunately, her life that was at that moment being turned around. And you know that happened with Annette Kennelly as well in South Africa, taking up white well-being, taking up white positivity, the Go Free lexicon, a moment too late. Let's make sure in the name of these women that we get to our people before it is a moment too late. I Love Jesus Christ just came in. God bless you, sister. I Love Jesus Christ, financially gifting $10. And with those $10, she says, for white well-being. Thank you, sister. Over here on Entropy, we're jumping over quickly. WordConqueror is going to have a little bit of shorter time tonight. Maybe 5 minutes, my brother, is all we can afford you tonight. We ran a little long. I did confirm, Mrs. Jess Horst, that your financial gift only came through once. So you don't need to worry about that. And we also have over here on Entropy, Nathan, financially gifting $3. Thank you so much for that, Nathan. He says, it seems I've been blocked from commenting because I have a different set of views. Very disappointing that open discussion is not allowed in your stream, whether it's you or your mods, this person says. You are allowed, as everybody who shows up at my house, to respectfully engage me in conversation. So if we have a problem with people showing up and they don't tag me and they disagree and they try to speak to the audience here to try to walk them away from white well-being, and we're simply not going to allow that anymore. And they do it in this sort of concerned trolley way of, I just have a different opinion, a little bit of a different opinion. And we're keen to that now. We're keeping an eye. I'm not saying that you did that, Nathan. Thank you for the $3. You can still engage me in conversation if that's what your intent actually was, by engaging me here. There's a chat here, and you can write. You can tag me as No White Guilt, and I can see your comments here. You can also do it on DLive. You can also do it on Odyssey. So the only thing you are deprived of on these platforms is the ability to concern troll people away from the live chat on YouTube. But if you want to engage me in conversation here, I'm here for you. I'd like to hear your views. I don't know exactly what your views were I'm not sure if I saw them or was engaged with them or not. But okay, so Nathan is saying here that he's not liberal or conservative, that they're both bullshit. All right. I think I've shared what you wrote here, and I will tag me in the future moving forward. But remember, you got to be respectful because this is my house. Freedom of speech is out on the YouTube platform. On my channel, this is my house. And so you'll have to respect me, and I'll talk to you. And I think if you're the one that I was talking to earlier, I made some pretty strong points. You have to speak to those for the conversation to continue if you want to be intellectually honest. Yes? Okay. Now what we're going to do is let me jump over here and let's see, because I thought I saw maybe on D Live, maybe so, maybe no. But hello to everybody over there on D Live. And it says a beautiful song. White Pilled Woman. Is that what it's called? White Pilled Woman. And so here we go. I'm going to distribute the chest over there on D Live. And looks like still blank over there on Odyssey. So we'll be able to make the call. 5 minutes to you, World Conqueror. I'm afraid, my brother, is all you'll get today.
Hello?
Hello, brother. Promethean Hales, 5 minutes, and what's on your mind?
Hello. So something I was going to say is, do you remember the whole Gamergate thing?
Yeah,
With,
yeah.
Yeah, it was basically like, I don't remember exactly all the details, but I remember there were these anti-white feminists, right, who were trying to ruin video games or something like that. And then a bunch of people were trolling them, and then they pretended that like people were threatening to kill them and stuff.
Yes.
They were caught like faking, like literally creating accounts and sending death threats to themselves.
Yes.
That was pretty funny.
It was.
But maybe not all of them, but at least one of them was. And basically, and I think a lot of other people have talked about this, how when you talk about, media, right, you can sort of just say it's anti-white, right? Because when people say, oh, it's an SJW thing, people view it as like a political issue rather than a moral issue, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so in a sense, that's another meme pathogen, right? Is when you talk about anti-whiteism, it's like, oh, that's just politics, right? But if you were to talk about, people who don't like black people or whatever, that would not be politics, right? That's like a social issue that needs to be dealt with as much as possible, right?
Right.
And so that is a very dangerous meme pathogen that goes so much under the radar. And I think people don't think enough about it, right? Because it's like what they do is they push it in everything, right?
Yeah.
They push anti-whiteism in everything. And then when you notice anti-whiteism, they're like, oh, you're not supposed to talk about it, in the workplace, at, the dinner table, at whatever, because it's politics, right?
Yeah. That's where you have to correct them. Yeah.
And then they talk about, things that are anti-white because those aren't political, right?
Right.
It's not political to talk and encourage anti-whiteism. So they always win when you go through that sort of thinking. And I think something we really need to push, not, me in a mean way, but like into the minds of vagues, the Trump crowd, all of that crowd is that this is not, anti-whiteism can be confronted in a political way, obviously, but this is not political. This is literally a fight for our civilization and everything.
Yeah.
And it is very important that we confront it, because, it's in literally everything.
It does.
Almost. And, when you look at it through that lens, when you look at it, like, for example, with the the recent Indiana Jones film, right? There was this scene where Indiana Jones is like, I fought, the Nazis, and then this lady is like, oh, but you stole the artifacts from the indigenous people, right?
Okay, yeah.
And so, and that's, of course, another idea which is pushed by the media, right? That we just stole all these artifacts, even though like 99% of the time, the people there had literally no idea what it was or at all whatsoever.
Oh, yeah.
And that, is, of course, an anti-white idea, because we all know that in like half of those countries, like Afghanistan, there are things that, sometimes weren't even built by them. Were literally built by our ancestors. And you see them being blown up by like religious extremists because it's like, oh, this is an evil, infidel statue of Buddha, right?
Right.
That was built by the ancient Greeks. And so it's like, we can't give in to this idea of, oh, it's just politics, because it is not politics, right? Anti-Jewish sentiment is not politics. It's wrong, just like anti-whiteism is wrong. It is not political. It can be people who push for anti-whiteism, people who push against it can do it in a political way, but it's not political at all.
Right.
If that makes sense.
It does make sense. That's a great
point.
And
that's all I had to say.
Great point to make today, brother. And you're welcome to call again next week as well. Well done. Promethean hails. Yes, sir. Bye-bye now. That was the great WordConqueror doing an epic job. Every call, he gets better. And it's a great point that he makes. It is a MP, a meme pathogen, when somebody you're having a conversation with objects to your bringing up something that is anti-white. Your objection to anti-whiteism, they say, oh, no, that's politics. It's not allowed. Don't allow them to derail you this way. You absolutely point out that this is about individual lives. This is about the tapestry of the country. It doesn't have anything to do, or it can have something to do with politics, but it has to do with people's lives and how they live them and whether they're persecuted. And you would not have a problem talking about the welfare of Black people or Jewish people. And so you are not going to object to me talking about the welfare and well-being of white people. This is how you handle it. This is how I've handled it in the past. And they shut right up. It's amazing. It's amazing how it went from being, oh, that's politics, you can't discuss that here, to I'm going to shut up and listen to what you have to say. It's amazing. That's why you use this method. And like everything in the Go Free practice, you throttle up, you throttle it down, depending upon your audience. If it's somebody that you need to speak more softly to, that you'll get through to a little better by way of throttling it down, well, then do that. If it's somebody you have to throttle it up for and really demand space for what you have to say, well, then you got to do that as well. It's just whatever way will end up working for you that serves to put an end to our victimization. And anyone who wants to put an end, who doesn't want to put an end to our victimization, is an immoral cur, and they'll need to defend themselves for that position. That's how we handle it. And that's why you see that none can argue back. That's why you saw this guy here that was in response to my arguments, didn't say anything. Instead, he said, I mean, it's just like the people who want to blame everything on the Jews. And this guy here loves Israel, and he stands with Israel and calls Jews God's people. So you got both ends of this Jew, and I don't live in that story. I don't think about these people at all. You got different ends of that spectrum, and here you have them implementing the exact same strategy in response to the concepts that we use, that I bring to bear in conversation or argumentation with them, and that is to just ignore those arguments and instead just slander me. I mean, what a joke. What a joke. That's where we are in the world, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, if you have some ideas about creating art, getting out to people who do create art, spreading, promulgating, I want you to get in touch with our different groups. You can find them not so much under this in this description, because I filled some of the description with verbiage about Oliver Anthony
in the hope to get some more attention our direction. But if you can do that, then get in touch with these different groups. You can find them in the descriptions of other videos, every other video that we make. We have our own true heroic champion. You can hear him right now playing behind me. Let me know if you can hear the music, if you can hear the great ForNull. And I love it. As we are going out on today's gathering, probably back someday during this week, likely for it to be Tuesday, and because that's sort of like the norm that we do. We try to come back on a Tuesday. We'll see what happens in the future. Whoa! But before we get out of here, we got to celebrate First Last, ladies and gentlemen. 007s, 007s, the musician of musicians, First Last, has shown up, and he has financially gifted 100 white well-being dollars, folks. Let's give it up. Give it up for First Last, financially gifting 100 white well-being dollars. God bless you, brother. Talk about coming in under the wire. That's glorious. I turn around here, and there it is. The great First Last is here. Here at the end of the gathering on Sunday, as we're getting ready to launch ourselves out into the week, where we are going to do amazing things for white well-being. We're going to continue rocking the world and making changes that others simply cannot make. You want to know what works? Don't ask for an argument. Don't ask for what people think will work. Don't ask about what might have worked in the background. Don't ask for how bad things are. Don't ask for where the bad came from. You want this deep dive on all the different individuals behind this or that ideology or this period in history or that movement. Don't bother with all of that. You're wasting your time. Look out at what's being done in the white sympathetic sphere right here in White Positivity. You see what's working. You see it's the only thing that's been working. And so it's easy for you to make a decision about where to go. At least it should be, right? Make sure you go this way in service to white well-being as we roll up again with the great ForNull. I'm a white man. Play it hard, play it loud this week. Empower yourself, get out into the world, and I will look for you in every one of these circles, in every one of these spheres. And when I see you, I'll put my shoulder beside yours. Love you all. Let's go free.